Around a flickering campfire deep in the woods, a weathered hunter breaks years of silence to tell his friends a story he swore he'd never speak aloud. It started with a hunt gone wrong, a vanished companion, and a presence in the trees that wasn't quite animal or human. As the fire cracks and the shadows lean in, the hunter reveals a slow burning nightmare, one that didn't end in the forest, but followed him home, wearing familiar voices, old memories, and eventually his own reflection. With every chapter, the story turns more personal, more horrifying, until the boundary between tale and warning starts to blur. Because something is still out there, watching, waiting. And now, it knows you're listening. It knows your scent. It knows your voice. And when it calls your name, don't answer. Welcome to Sunday Scares, where the shadows whisper and nightmares come to life. But did you know that 96% of you watching aren't subscribed? If you love chilling tales that keep you up at night, hit like to feed the darkness, and subscribe if you dare. Now turn off the lights, settle in, and let the horror begin. You boys ever hear a sound that just didn't belong? I ain't talking about the usual noises you get out here. Twigs snapping, critters rustling in the underbrush. Maybe a coyote barking way off in the distance. No. I mean a sound that worms its way straight down your spine. A sound that makes every hair on your arm stand up stiff, tells you something out there ain't natural. That's how it started for me. 15, maybe 16 years ago now. Up north near Wolf Creek. About 10, 12 miles from where we're sitting tonight. It was supposed to be a simple hunt. Me and my buddy Jess took a few days off work, loaded up the truck, drove deep into the woods. November chill in the air. That time of year when the trees stand naked and the nights get mean. We were after a buck Jess had spotted a week before. Claimed it was the biggest damn thing he'd ever laid eyes on. Swore up and down it was a trophy buck, antlers wide as a man's outstretched arms. Jess was obsessed. Wouldn't shut up about it the whole ride out. We made camp in a little clearing, tight to the tree line, nothing fancy. 2 tents, a ring of stones for the fire, some logs dragged over for sitting. I remember Jess trying to fry up a can of Spam in this busted old skillet, swearing under his breath because he kept losing pieces into the flames. We laughed, passed a bottle back and forth, talked about nothing important. The woods were loud that night, frogs croaking near the creek, wind hissing through the pines, normal sounds, comforting sounds, until they weren't. It was maybe round 11 when it changed. We were sitting close to the fire, trying to squeeze out the last bit of warmth before calling it a night, when we heard it. Off in the trees. It sounded kind of like a coyote, but wrong. Too deep. Too wet, if that makes any sense. Like a dog choking on its own tongue. A garbled yip that dragged on too long, ending in this low moan that made my guts twist. Jess froze, Spam still stuck on the end of his fork. His eyes met mine across the fire. "You hear that?" he asked, voice low. I nodded, didn't say a word. We both listened, waited, nothing else. Just that thick, heavy silence after. Now we'd both hunted these woods 100 times before. We knew what the wildlife sounded like, and that, whatever it was, didn't fit. "Maybe it's sick," Jess mumbled, trying to brush it off. "Rabid or something." I wanted to believe that. God help me. I wanted to. We tossed some more wood on the fire, kept it burning high, made nervous jokes, pretended everything was fine. But from that moment on, the woods didn't feel like they were ours anymore. Later, much later, must have been well past 2, I woke up. At first I didn't know why. My tent was dark, the fire out, everything dead silent. Then I heard it. Crunch, crunch. Slow, steady footsteps, moving through the leaves just outside. I laid still, holding my breath, hand slipping down to the knife tucked by my hip. I thought maybe Jess had gotten up to take a leak, but the steps weren't right. They didn't sound like a man walking, too light, too careful, like someone or something was trying not to be heard. The steps circled the tents, once, twice, then stopped, right outside my door. I could hear my own heartbeat in my ears. Then it spoke, my voice. "Hey, buddy," it said. "Come on out, look at this." The words were right, but the tone was wrong. Flat, hollow, like someone who knew the shape of speech but not the meaning. I didn't move, didn't answer. For a long time, nothing happened. Then the thing shuffled off, slow and clumsy, like it didn't know how to use its legs properly. I laid there till the first grey light of dawn crept into the trees, knife clutched so tight in my hand, my knuckles locked up. When I finally unzipped my tent and stepped out, Jess was already up, standing by the dead fire. He looked like hell. Dark circles under his eyes, face pale as a sheet. "You heard it too," he said. Not a question, just the awful truth laid bare between us. We packed up camp without a word. Didn't even eat. Just threw our gear in the truck and peeled out of there. But here's the thing. As we were leaving, driving too fast down that narrow dirt track, Jess slammed on the brakes. There, standing dead center in the road about 50 yards ahead, was a deer. Or what I thought was a deer. It was too tall. Its legs were too long, joints bent backward, like broken twigs. Its eyes, they weren't deer eyes, they were human, and they were staring right at us. You boys ever hear a sound that just didn't belong? I ain't talking about the usual noises you get out here. Twigs snapping, critters rustling in the underbrush, maybe a coyote barking way off in the distance. Nah, I mean a sound that worms its way straight down your spine. A sound that makes every hair on your arm stand up stiff. Tells you something out there ain't natural. That's how it started for me. 15, maybe 16 years ago now. Up north near Wolf Creek. About 10, 12 miles from where we're sitting tonight. It was supposed to be a simple hunt. Me and my buddy Jess took a few days off work, loaded up the truck, drove deep into the woods. November chill in the air. That time of year when the trees stand naked and the nights get mean. We were after a buck Jess had spotted a week before. Claimed it was the biggest damn thing he'd ever laid eyes on. Swore up and down it was a trophy buck. Antlers wide as a man's outstretched arms. Jess was obsessed. Wouldn't shut up about it the whole ride out. We made camp in a little clearing, tight to the tree line. Nothing fancy. 2 tents, a ring of stones for the fire, some logs dragged over for sitting. I remember Jess trying to fry up a can of Spam in this busted old skillet, swearing under his breath because he kept losing pieces into the flames. We laughed, passed a bottle back and forth, talked about nothing important. The woods were loud that night, frogs croaking near the creek, wind hissing through the pines, normal sounds, comforting sounds, until they weren't. It was maybe around 11 when it changed. We were sitting close to the fire, trying to squeeze out the last bit of warmth before calling it a night, when we heard it. Off in the trees, it sounded kind of like a coyote, but wrong. Too deep. Too wet, if that makes any sense. Like a dog choking on its own tongue. A garbled yip that dragged on too long, ending in this low moan that made my guts twist. Jess froze, Spam still stuck on the end of his fork. His eyes met mine across the fire. "You hear that?" he asked, voice low. I nodded and didn't say a word. We both listened, waited, nothing else. Just that thick, heavy silence after. Now we'd both hunted these woods 100 times before. We knew what the wildlife sounded like, and that, whatever it was, didn't fit. "Maybe it's sick," Jess mumbled, trying to brush it off. "Rabbit or something." I wanted to believe that. God help me, I wanted to. We tossed some more wood on the fire, kept it burning high, made nervous jokes, pretended everything was fine. But from that moment on, the woods didn't feel like they were ours anymore. Later, much later, must have been well past 2, I woke up. At first, I didn't know why. My tent was dark, the fire out, everything dead silent. Then I heard it crunch, crunch, slow, steady footsteps moving through the leaves just outside. I laid still, holding my breath, hand slipping down to the knife tucked by my hip. I thought maybe Jess had gotten up to take a leak, but the steps weren't right. They didn't sound like a man walking. Too light, too careful, like someone or something was trying not to be heard. The steps circled the tents, once, twice, then stopped, right outside my door. I could hear my own heartbeat in my ears. Then, it spoke, my voice. "Hey, buddy," it said. "Come on out, look at this." The words were right, but the tone... God, the tone was wrong. Flat, hollow, like someone who knew the shape of speech, but not the meaning. I didn't move, didn't answer. For a long time, nothing happened. Then the thing shuffled off, slow and clumsy, like it didn't know how to use its legs properly. I laid there till the first grey light of dawn crept into the trees. Knife clutched so tight in my hand, my knuckles locked up. When I finally unzipped my tent and stepped out, Jess was already up, standing by the dead fire. He looked like hell. Dark circles under his eyes, face pale as a sheet. "You heard it too," he said, not a question. Just the awful truth laid bare between us. We packed up camp without a word, didn't even eat. Just threw our gear in the truck and peeled out of there. But here's the thing, as we were leaving, driving too fast down that narrow dirt track, Jess slammed on the brakes. There, standing dead center in the road about 50 yards ahead, was a deer, or what I thought was a deer. It was too tall. Its legs were too long, joints bent backward like broken twigs. Its eyes, they weren't deer eyes, they were human. And they were staring right at us. You ever have someone say your name, but it doesn't feel like a person said it? Like the words don't carry warmth? Just wait? That's what happened the first time it used my father's name. I'd been keeping quiet about what happened. Not out of shame, out of fear. Like if I talked about it too loud, it might come back. Like saying its name would open the door wider. But the door was already open. A year had passed since Jess vanished. I'd traded my rifle for a second lock on the apartment door. Spent my nights watching TV with the volume low and the curtains tighter than a clenched fist. I'd started seeing a therapist. He thought I had PTSD. I let him think that. Maybe I even hoped he was right. I never mentioned Jess, never mentioned it. Just told him I saw something in the woods once and it stuck with me. Then, one night, around 2 a.m., I heard someone walking in the hallway outside my apartment. Nothing strange. People lived there. You hear noises, but this was different. It stopped outside my door, then knocked. 4 times. I froze. Same rhythm, same weight. Like it knew. I stood up, crept over, didn't breathe. I looked through the peephole. No one. But there was a sound, a whisper. So faint I almost thought I imagined it. "Harold." I jerked back like I'd been burned. That wasn't my name. That was my father's name. Dead 20 years. Nobody called me that, not even once. Only he ever did. Back when I was a kid, he'd say, "You're Harold's boy, ain't you?" when we were out hunting. The voice outside the door was low, gravelly, wrong, but somehow it still knew. "Harold's boy. Come here." I didn't move. I stood there for hours, hand shaking on the doorknob, until sunrise bled through the blinds and the hallway creaked empty again. I started dreaming after that. Dreams that didn't feel like mine. I'd be standing in the woods, barefoot, wearing my father's old hunting vest, staring at something crouched just past the tree line. Couldn't see it, but I knew it was watching me. Sometimes it spoke. Sometimes it wore his face. Not the way I remembered him. Smiling with a can of beer, sleeves rolled up, face sunburned from a day outside. No, this face was pale and too still. The mouth moved, but the eyes didn't blink. It would reach out to me with fingers too long and say, in his voice, "You're mine now, boy." Then I'd wake up soaked in sweat, nails dug into my palms. I started looking into things, legends, folklore. I didn't want to, but I had to. My sanity felt like it was hanging on a frayed thread. Skinwalkers, they called them. In some stories, they're witches who wear skins and steal voices. In others, they're things older than memory. Shapeshifters that take what they want and leave hollow things behind. But the thing that stuck with me most? They choose you. You don't summon them. You don't cross paths by accident. They see something in you. A crack. And they crawl through it. It got bolder after that. Started showing up on reflective surfaces. Not visibly, but I could feel it watching me when I passed a mirror. I'd catch my own face lingering too long in the glass, mouth twitching just a little offbeat, eyes just a little too still. Once I swear my reflection smiled when I wasn't. I smashed every mirror in the apartment that night. Thought it would help. It didn't. That same week, I found a dead deer on my porch, laid out like a gift, perfectly scented. Legs splayed open, belly torn wide. But here's the thing. There wasn't a drop of blood. Anywhere. Not in the body, not on the wood, not on the steps. Like it had been drained. And inside, where the guts should have been, was a Polaroid. One of me. Taken through the window while I slept. That was the night I tried to leave. I packed what I could carry, got in my truck, and started driving. Didn't know where. Just away. I made it maybe 60 miles before the truck started stalling. Dashboard flickering. Radio spitting static and little bursts of voices. My voice. Old conversations. Distorted. Repeating back at me. Pass me the rifle. Jess, I swear it looked right at me. You hear that? Then the engine died. In the middle of nowhere. No bars, no lights. Just me and a road that felt like it was folding in on itself. I sat there, clutching the wheel, and I swear the night bent around me. Like the trees leaned closer. Like the dark was listening. Then, in the mirror, I saw it again. Not full on. Just a glimpse. A figure standing in the middle of the road behind me. Too tall. Arms too long. Head cocked to one side like it was curious. It didn't move. I blinked, and it was gone. Eventually the truck started again. No explanation. I drove until the sun came up and never looked back. That was 6 years ago. I moved again. Changed names. Got off the grid as best I could. Bought a trailer and parked it way out in the hills. I got cameras, dogs, guns. Hell, I even buried a ring of salt around the property like one of those old stories said. But deep down, I know it doesn't matter. Because it already has my scent. It already knows my name. And worse, it knows my father's too. I guess the real reason I'm telling you all this now, out here, around this fire, is because I know it's close again. I can feel it in my bones, the way my dad used to say he could feel a storm coming. The dogs won't stop whining. The woods are too quiet. You notice that? No crickets, no owls, no wind, just us. And the dark, listening. I didn't bring you out here for fun. Not really. I told myself I missed camping, that I missed company. But the truth is, I didn't want to be alone tonight, because it started knocking again. 2 nights ago. 4 knocks. Heavy. Back door. Last night. Front door. And earlier this morning, when I left to come meet you guys, there was something carved into the side of my truck. Just 3 words. Not yet yours. And now, sitting here, telling you all this, I realized maybe I was wrong to run, wrong to hide. Maybe it wasn't waiting to take me. Maybe it was wearing me down first. You see, it doesn't just hunt like a beast. It waits like a man. You remember that time earlier tonight when I stepped away to take a leak? I lied. I went to check the tree line. There were tracks. Not boot prints, not animal prints either, something in between. Barefoot. But the toes were wrong. Long. Split at the ends like cracked hooves. They circled our camp twice, and right near my tent. It left a gift. A photo, an old one, me about 12 years old, in the woods with my dad. Only, my dad's face had been scratched out, and written over the photo, in the same spidery handwriting from the notes, were 3 words. He's here now. It doesn't forget, doesn't forgive, and it doesn't just want to kill. It wants to be. That's what I figured out too late. The longer it stalks you, the more it learns. The more of you it wears. First it was Jess's voice, then my father's name, and now it knows me. Knows how I talk, how I think, how I breathe when I lie, the way I laugh when I'm scared, the stories I tell when I want people to like me. That's why I need you all to listen carefully. If, at any point tonight, you hear me call your name from the woods, if you wake up and hear me whisper from outside your tent, if I step away from this fire and 5 minutes later I come back acting a little off, too quiet, too cheerful, voice a little too smooth. You don't let me sit down again, you don't ask questions, you don't wait for proof, you shoot me, burn the body, salt the ground. Because I swear on everything I have left, if you hear me, it's not me. I know how this sounds. I know you're all sitting there thinking, this is a joke, right? Just some spooky fireside story? Hell, I'd want to believe that too. But you can feel it, can't you? The way the trees are leaning. The way the shadows move just a little when no one's looking directly at them. The way your skin's starting to itch beneath your coat. It's here, right now, and it's listening. You might not see it tonight, might not even hear it, but one of you already caught its eye. Maybe it was something you said, or the way you looked into the woods a little too long. Or maybe it just liked the sound of your voice when you laughed. You'll feel it soon, like being watched, like walking through a dream where the air's too thick and the sky presses down too low, like hearing your name whispered from across the room when you know you're alone. And when it starts knocking, don't open the door, don't answer the voice, don't look at it, no matter what face it wears. I used to think it was a spirit, a curse, something ancient and buried in blood and myth. But now I think it's older than that. I think it's a hunger, something that saw what it was to be human and decided it wanted to try. And when it picks you, it doesn't just come once, it stays, years if it has to, and it takes pieces, one memory at a time, one word, one smile, one scream, until there's nothing left of you that's truly yours. And the worst part? When it finally steps into your skin, no one else knows the difference. I'm telling you this because I can feel it circling me again, just like it did with Jess. It's so close now, and I think I'm out of time. So I need you all to promise me something. If I disappear, don't look for me. If I call you, don't answer. If you find me, but I'm too calm, or smiling too wide, or telling you how safe you are out here, burn me. Whatever it wears next, whatever mask it pulls over the bone, it won't stop with me. It'll sit by your fire, laugh at your jokes, and wait. You hear that? Out there, in the dark, it just knocked. We were deep in the heart of the outback, far from anything resembling civilization. There's something unsettling about the Wolf Creek area. You can feel the land watching you, like it's alive in a way that isn't natural. I've hunted all over the world, but nothing prepares you for this place. The heat, the dry air that chokes your throat, the endless stretches of dead scrubland where even the birds don't bother. This isn't the kind of place you wander into on a whim. And I knew that. I should have known better. I'd been tracking a buck, a big one. Heavy antlers and a coat so thick you'd think it was a bloody moose. But it wasn't the buck that bothered me. Not at first. It was the trail. It didn't make sense. The tracks, yes, but it was the way they led into a patch of land so desolate that no animal would willingly go there. It's the kind of place where your instinct says, turn back, long before your legs do. But I was stubborn. That's what hunters do. We chase. We ignore the gut feeling that warns us. And this time, I ignored it. I'd been out in the field for a few days, and the weather had turned against us. The heat that had been unbearable at noon had faded, but the dry air left everything feeling brittle, like it might crack at any moment. The kind of place where you expect to see ghosts. I came across the first sign when I noticed a scrape on a tree. Not a normal one either. I've seen a lot of animal signs in my years, but this one, it was too clean, too deliberate. Something had torn through the bark in a way that didn't make sense for a claw or antlers. I could feel my skin prickling, but I just kept moving. A few miles in, I found something worse, a fresh patch of blood. Not from the buck I was chasing. No, this was different. It was too dark, too thick. And the smell, it was like rotten meat, but off. The kind of scent you don't forget once it hits your nose. My stomach churned. It was too thick to be from a deer, the way it pooled on the ground, the smell of decay. I had an uneasy feeling that something was wrong, something I couldn't quite name. I knelt down, studied the blood, and then noticed something worse. Tracks leading away. They were wide, uneven, not the tracks of any animal I knew. That's when I heard it. The first call. Soft at first, just a whisper of a voice, but I recognized it. It was my partner Greg, the guy I'd been hunting with for the past 2 weeks, but he wasn't anywhere nearby. The call echoed again, this time louder, more urgent. He was calling my name right out in the open, like he needed help. "Greg," I called, scanning the horizon. Nothing but red dirt and twisted scrub. I called again, but there was no reply, just the wind tugging at my jacket. The call came again, though, this time sharper, more desperate. "You hear me, Greg?" I muttered under my breath, trying to shake off the chill creeping into my bones. My heart sank. I started moving faster, running through the dry brush, calling back to him. But there was no answer, just the wind and the crack of twigs beneath my boots. The sun was beginning to dip below the horizon, casting long shadows over the desolate land. I knew Greg would never let me out of his sight like this, not if he was alive. Something was off. I felt it deep in my gut. Then, the call came again, this time clearer, too clear. Greg wasn't calling from the trail ahead of me. He was behind me. I spun around, my breath tight, but there was nothing. Just the endless stretch of desert and the way the heat shimmers above the earth. I felt like I was being toyed with, like something was trying to lure me deeper into the wild. I don't know why I didn't turn back then. Maybe it was pride. Or maybe I just didn't want to admit to myself that something wasn't right. That's the problem with hunting in these parts. You get stubborn. You think you know better. You tell yourself there's an explanation for everything, even when there isn't. But as I pressed on, the feeling of being watched got worse. The hairs on my neck stood up, and I could feel my heart racing, each beat reverberating in my chest. It was like the land itself was holding its breath, waiting for something. I scanned the area around me. but all I saw were the same twisted trees and cracked earth. Then I saw it. A figure, off in the distance, standing motionless under the pale light of the sinking sun. It was tall, too tall, and even though I couldn't make out the details, something about the shape was wrong. It wasn't human. It couldn't be. I froze. My hand went to the rifle slung across my back, but my fingers were numb. I couldn't move. I couldn't breathe. The thing in the distance didn't move, but I could feel its eyes on me, burning into me, as though it was waiting for me to make the first move. It was the way it stood that unsettled me most. It wasn't just a man in the distance. It was wrong. The shape of it was too thin, too long. The arms stretched unnaturally, like it was trying to imitate something but couldn't quite get it right. Then it moved. Not quickly, but in an almost fluid, unsettling way. It shifted, turning its head, and for a brief, horrifying moment, I thought I saw its eyes. Too big, too dark, with no whites, just black, reflecting the dying light. And that's when I knew I wasn't alone. I didn't stick around to find out what it wanted. It wasn't until I was a few miles back from where I'd seen that thing that I started to calm down. The shadows were longer now, creeping into the valley, and the air was cooler. I told myself it was just a trick of the light. A mirage. Something my eyes had invented after days, under the relentless sun. But deep down I knew that wasn't it. I knew what I'd seen. I kept walking, telling myself to stay sharp, that Greg was out there somewhere. I'd find him. That's what we do. Hunters. We find things. We track them down. But the further I walked, the worse I felt. The feeling of being watched, it never left. It only grew stronger. Every rustle of the wind felt like someone just behind me. Every creak of a branch felt like a step, like something or someone was moving with me. When the sun finally dipped below the horizon, I thought about making camp. I wasn't far from the others, but the place felt too exposed, too vulnerable. Every instinct in me screamed to keep moving, to get the hell out of there, but I didn't listen. I pitched the tent and set up camp, but sleep never came. Every noise kept me wide awake, listening, waiting. The first sound came around midnight, the snap of a twig from the edge of the camp. I froze. It was too close, too deliberate. My rifle was by my side in an instant, the weight of it solid and reassuring in my hands. "Greg?" I whispered, my voice catching in my throat. My heart was hammering in my chest. No answer, just the wind, whispering through the dry brush. I gripped the rifle tighter, trying to make out anything moving in the darkness. The air smelled like dust, the scent of something old, ancient, and forgotten. The kind of place that felt haunted even when it was silent. Then, another noise. This time, a low, guttural growl. Not animal, not human, just wrong. I didn't hesitate. I unzipped the tent flap and crept outside, rifle aimed straight ahead. The moonlight gave everything an eerie glow, casting long shadows and making the desert seem alive. I could hear breathing, slow and deep, coming from the far side of the camp, but I couldn't see anything. I moved toward it, my every step making the dry earth crack beneath me. "Greg!" I called out again, but my voice wavered. Then, out of the shadows, something moved. A figure, tall and thin, almost the same shape I'd seen earlier. But this time, it was closer. It stood upright like a man, but didn't move like one. It swayed gently, the faintest of sounds coming from it. The kind of sound you make when you're trying to imitate something, but can't quite get it right. I could hear its feet dragging through the dirt, its breath shallow and strained, like it was copying someone, but it was failing. It spoke, but it wasn't Greg's voice. Not exactly. It was twisted, like something had tried to pull the sound out of a human throat but couldn't quite manage it. "Help me," Please. I'm lost." The voice cracked, low and strained, but it sounded like Greg. The tone was so close to his, the inflection in the words so right, it nearly made me fall for it. Almost. I felt the hairs on the back of my neck stand up. Something in my gut told me it was wrong. It was too wrong. It wasn't him. I'd seen Greg die, or at least I thought I had. But this thing was wearing his voice like a mask. I aimed the rifle at the figure, my finger tight on the trigger. "Who are you?" My voice came out harsh, almost a growl. My heart was pounding in my chest, but I couldn't let the fear take over. "Show yourself!" The thing swayed again, its head jerking toward me, but it didn't move closer. Instead, the ground shifted beneath it. I heard a snapping sound, and the figure bent, its arms stretching out unnaturally, like it was trying to reach something just out of its grasp. And then it was gone. 1 second it was there, the next it vanished into the night, like it was swallowed whole by the desert. I didn't hear it move, didn't hear anything. The air was dead still, like the whole world had stopped breathing. I was left alone again, the rifle still raised, heart racing, but I couldn't move. I stood there in the dark, the cold desert air biting at my skin. The sound of my breathing was the only thing I could hear, and I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched from every direction. I couldn't stay here. The fire had long since burned out, and the shadows seemed to be closing in around me. I grabbed what gear I could, slung it over my shoulder, and started walking. I didn't know where I was going. I didn't care anymore. I just needed to get out. But the sounds followed me. Soft whispers, like the wind carrying voices, the rustle of leaves moving where there were no leaves. And always, that feeling, the one you get when someone is staring at the back of your neck. The thing wasn't done with me. I thought I was losing my mind. That's the only explanation I had at the time. I mean, I'd been out in the bush long enough to know the dangers of isolation, the way the desert can twist your thoughts. But I couldn't shake the feeling that something was out there, something following me. I'd been walking for hours, hoping to get back to the others, hoping that maybe, just maybe, I'd stumbled far enough away from whatever that thing was. I tried telling myself it was just my nerves, the heat, the lack of sleep. But deep down, I knew. I wasn't alone. The desert wasn't like it used to be. The night had shifted. It had become something else. The air felt heavier, more suffocating, as if something invisible was wrapping around my chest, squeezing. The usual sounds of the night had stopped, and in their place, there was only silence. And that silence was worse than anything. I kept moving, dragging my feet across the dry earth. My mind was foggy, my body exhausted, but my instincts were still sharp. Sharper than ever. The hunter in me had taken over, and it told me that if I wanted to survive, I needed to get the hell out of there. It wasn't enough to just outrun whatever was following me. I had to fight back. That's when I decided to set a trap. I know what you're thinking. Traps only work if you're dealing with something predictable, something you can read. But whatever this thing was, it wasn't predictable. It didn't move like an animal, didn't act like one. But it had followed me for miles, mimicking voices, mimicking Greg, and that gave me an edge. The creature, whatever it was, had to have some kind of pattern, a way of thinking, of behaving, and I wasn't about to let it pull me around like a puppet. I'd seen its movements, the way it swayed and shifted, the way it didn't quite walk like a human. But I also knew something else. It was intelligent, too intelligent. And if I could get it to focus on something, anything, then maybe, just maybe, I could catch it off guard. I found a narrow ravine, the kind of place where the wind whips through and leaves no scent behind. A perfect spot for an ambush. I started by using my own tracks, looping them back on themselves, making them as fresh as I could. I used a few scraps of gear, pieces of fabric from my jacket, some of Greg's old camping supplies, to make it look like I'd circled back, like I was headed straight for the creature's position. I didn't know if it would work. Hell, I didn't even know if it would show up again, but something told me it would. I set myself up in the shadows, trying to keep my breathing steady, keeping my eyes on the area where I'd last seen it. Time stretched on, the minutes dragging by as I waited, the air thick with the smell of dust and something worse. Something rotten, like the earth had swallowed something dead and kept it there to rot. And then I heard it, a crack of a twig, a faint shuffle in the sand. My heart leapt into my throat, but I didn't move. Not yet. The creature was close. I could feel it. It was circling me, just out of sight, waiting for me to make the first move. I didn't flinch. I kept still, every muscle in my body taut like a coiled spring. I waited, breath held, rifle at the ready. The footsteps came closer. Slow, calculating. I couldn't tell if it was trying to be quiet or if it was just savoring the moment. The thing had a rhythm, a strange, almost methodical way of moving, like it knew the game. Then the voice came again. "Help! Help me!" It was low, almost a whisper, but it carried across the ravine, reaching deep into my gut. My heart slammed against my ribcage, and for a brief moment, I nearly lost myself to the voice of Greg, number not Greg. I knew that. It was trying to lure me just like before, but now it was worse. It was clearer, more desperate. I fought the urge to look, to move, to do anything. It was using Greg's voice, but the creature didn't sound like Greg. It was like an echo, a mimicry of someone you loved, twisted and warped. It was playing with me. I knew it wanted me to move. It wanted me to reveal myself. It wanted me to make a mistake. But this time, I wasn't going to fall for it. The moment I saw movement at the edge of the ravine, I acted. I sprang from my hiding spot, rifle raised, but by the time I took my first step, the creature was already gone. There was no sound of it running. It just vanished, as though the earth had swallowed it whole. And then I heard something else. A low growl, not far away. A human growl. A noise that could have come from Greg, but I knew it wasn't him. It wasn't anything human. I turned, heart in my throat, and caught a flash of movement in the corner of my eye. A figure running in the opposite direction. I fired. Once. Twice. Nothing. It was gone. The shots had hit nothing but air. The silence returned, suffocating, as though the land itself had held its breath. The wind had picked up, and the land felt like it was closing in around me. The once vast, open expanse of the Wolf Creek area now seemed to be shrinking, as if the earth itself were conspiring against me. Every direction I turned, I felt it watching, waiting. The creature was toying with me. I had no doubt about it now. It wasn't just following me, it was studying me, learning from every step I took, every reaction I had. It knew how I moved. It knew how I thought. I didn't know if it was the heat or lack of sleep, or if it was the sheer terror of what I'd seen that day. But I could feel myself slipping. I wasn't thinking clearly anymore. I wasn't just trying to survive. I was becoming obsessed with figuring out how to kill it, to stop it from getting any closer. But no matter what I tried, it always seemed to be one step ahead. The sun had set hours ago, and I was back in the same ravine I'd tried to escape from earlier. I should have kept moving, should have kept going toward the others, but I couldn't. I was drawn back here, like a moth to a flame, the pull of the creature's presence too strong. There was no logic in it, no reason, just instinct. I had to end this, one way or another. The rifle felt heavy in my hands, the weight of it like a constant reminder that I was alone out here, with nothing but my wits and this damn weapon to defend myself. I crouched low, moving slowly through the brush, every step careful, calculating. If it was going to come for me, I needed to be ready. Then I heard it, a soft laugh. It wasn't human. It wasn't anything that should have been alive. The sound scraped against my nerves, sending a chill up my spine. It was close, closer than I wanted it to be. I turned around, rifle raised, and there it was. Not a shadow, not a movement, but the thing itself. It stood in front of me, framed by the dying light of the moon. Its tall, unnatural form, a silhouette of pure terror. The thing that had been following me, that had worn Greg's voice, that had imitated every sound it needed to survive. It stood there, its face blank, an unholy emptiness where eyes should have been. Its arms stretched too long, too far, and its mouth, God, its mouth opened wide, too wide, impossibly wide, revealing teeth like a predator, but not a normal predator. These teeth were jagged, twisted, like they'd been made for tearing through flesh, through bone. I didn't think, I acted, I fired. Once, twice, 3 times. The shots rang out in the still air, echoing through the ravine. But the thing didn't move. It didn't flinch. It just stood there, taking the bullets and the wounds. They didn't even bleed. They didn't do anything. The creature just looked at me with that blank, hollow expression. And in that moment, I knew. It wasn't flesh I was dealing with. It wasn't bone. It wasn't human. The thing started to laugh again, but this time it was worse. The sound was so wrong, so distorted, like a chorus of voices layered on top of each other, each one twisted into something monstrous. "You think you can kill me?" It hissed, its voice too many tones at once, each one grating on my eardrums. I didn't wait. I ran. My heart hammered in my chest, and I could feel the adrenaline surge through my veins. The rifle was useless, so I dropped it. I didn't care. I just needed to get out. The creature's laughter followed me, echoing in my ears, filling the air, like it was everywhere and nowhere at once. It was inside my head now, not just a noise, but a presence. I didn't look back. I couldn't. But I could hear it moving, hear it chasing me. Faster now, its steps heavy on the ground. The sound of its breath like a growl that grew louder with every step I took. The landscape was a blur. The earth seemed to shift beneath me, rocks and sand giving way to nothing but endless darkness. My feet stumbled over uneven ground, and I could feel myself getting slower, my body breaking down under the strain. My lungs burned with each breath, but I couldn't stop. Not now. Not when I was so close. And then I saw it, the campfire. My mind didn't fully register it at first, but when I saw the flickering light in the distance, I felt a surge of hope. I wasn't far from where the others had been. Maybe I could get to them. Maybe they could. But then the growl came again. It was right behind me now. I didn't look back. I just ran. I ran with everything I had. Every last ounce of strength pushing me forward. I broke through the brush and stumbled into the camp, panting, my heart slamming in my chest. I saw shadows, figures moving around the fire. I couldn't make sense of it, too blurry, too fast. But then I heard a voice. My voice, not Greg's, not the creature's, mine. "Help! Help me!" I screamed, hoarse, desperate. And then I heard it, the laughter. So close. It was right there, just behind me. It had followed me. The fire flared, casting long shadows, but when I turned, it wasn't there. It was gone. The creature was still out there, somewhere. I don't know if it's hunting me still, or if it's just waiting, watching, until I make the mistake of thinking it's gone. But one thing I know for sure, the Wolf Creek area isn't just a place. It's something else entirely. It's alive in a way that no man, no animal, no thing should ever be. And the worst part, I know it's still out there, and it knows my name. Luke had lived on the edge of the forest his whole life. His family's land stretched deep into the hills, where the trees swallowed the sky and the wind carried voices that weren't quite human. His friends, Noah, Jesse, and Eric, had heard the stories all their lives too. Legends of the ones who walk like men but aren't men. Stories passed down about how they could steal your skin, mimic your voice, call you by name from the dark. Luke never put much stock in them, until now. It started with small things. His dog, Baxter, refusing to go near the woods. Strange whistling in the middle of the night, even though no one was there. Then, Noah swore he saw something watching the house from the tree line. Something tall. Something wrong. Luke's family home sat on a stretch of land that had been in their name for generations. The house itself was old, built from darkened logs and thick beams, the kind that kept the cold out in winter but held the heat in summer. The back porch overlooked the tree line, where the forest loomed like a wall of shadows. It always felt like someone, or something, was standing just beyond sight, waiting for him to turn away. Beyond the house, a dilapidated barn stood as a relic of better days. Its doors sagged, and its roof bore the weight of creeping vines. Luke had never liked going inside. Something about the way the light never quite reached the farthest corners made his skin crawl. Old farming tools rusted along the walls, and hay lay scattered in odd patterns, as if something had been nesting there. When Luke was young, he'd played there, unaware of the stories, but as he got older, the unease settled in. He remembered one summer when he was about 12, finding strange markings carved into the barn's wooden beams, almost like claw marks, but too deliberate to be from an animal. His father had seen them too, but said nothing. He'd simply handed Luke a broom and told him to clean up the barn, avoiding the marks as if they weren't there. Further into the woods, about a mile from the house, was an old hunting cabin. His grandfather had built it, but no one had used it in years. The door hung slightly ajar, the hinges rusted. Inside, dust and decay claimed everything. Animal bones littered the floor, arranged in spirals, though none of them were fresh kills. Someone, or something, had been inside recently. Luke and his friends decided that's where they'd camp for the night. Maybe it was nostalgia. Maybe it was a challenge. Maybe it was a mistake. Growing up, Luke had heard whispers about his family's land, not just from old folks, but from travelers, drifters passing through. They warned about the woods, about things older than men lurking in the hills. His grandfather used to leave gifts in the woods, small trinkets, pieces of meat, or even bones. It's best to stay on their good side, he'd say, eyes clouded with memories he never spoke aloud. As a kid, Luke once found something nailed to a tree deep in the forest. A rabbit, its body twisted unnaturally, skin peeled away as if by careful hands. When he told his father, the man turned pale, grabbed his rifle, and burned the carcass without a word. Never go past the old creek, his father had warned, not after dark. Now, Luke wondered why he had ever stopped listening. Luke's family had lived on this land for generations, but not everyone who lived there had been as fortunate. His great-grandfather, a gruff man who spoke little, had always warned Luke's father to never wander past the creek. There were whispers that they weren't the first to settle on the land, whispers Luke had dismissed as superstition in his younger years. Growing up, Luke had often wandered deep into the woods on his own, never paying much attention to the warnings his elders gave. But there were nights when strange noises would carry in the wind, and the shadows in the woods would seem to shift when they shouldn't. Sometimes he'd wake to the sound of footsteps outside his window, soft and deliberate. His father, never one to talk about his childhood, would tighten his jaw and say, "The woods have their ways. Stay clear of them." One summer, when Luke was about 10, he'd been playing near the old barn when he found something that would forever change how he viewed the land. At the base of the barn, he discovered strange symbols carved into the wood, crude and ancient-looking, worn by time. His heart pounded, but he couldn't turn away. He remembered how, the next day, his father had dragged him to the creek, his eyes wild with panic as he forbade Luke from ever returning to the barn. "Those markings are nothing but trouble," he had said, his voice low and urgent. Over the years, the unease had grown. As Luke got older, he heard more unsettling stories from local drifters who passed through, telling of strange things in the holler. "You don't know what's out there," they'd say, their voices strained and fearful. "Don't go looking for trouble. It knows your name before you do." Luke's mother was the only one who never seemed afraid. She had always been the calming presence in their home, dismissing his father's warnings with a smile. "Your father grew up with too many ghost stories," she would say. "It's nothing but the wind playing tricks." But even she would sometimes glance uneasily at the woods, her gaze lingering longer than necessary. The first night in the woods was meant to be fun, a bonding experience, Luke had thought. They set up their camp near the cabin and built a fire, the flames crackling as they huddled around it, telling old stories and laughing nervously. But as the hours passed, the atmosphere began to shift. The woods seemed to close in on them, the oppressive weight of silence settling over the camp. The wind was still, and not a single animal stirred in the underbrush. It was unnatural. At first they chalked it up to the isolation, the wildness of the place. But then came the noises, the soft, scraping sounds, like claws against bark. Every time Luke or his friends turned toward the sound, it would stop. It was as if the forest itself were holding its breath, waiting. Luke had always prided himself on his ability to stay calm in situations like these, but tonight was different. There was something in the air, something thick with malice. His eyes flicked nervously to the edge of the trees, where the darkness seemed to be moving, shadows that didn't belong, stretching unnaturally tall, creeping closer to the firelight. Then there was the voice. It was soft at first, almost a whisper, calling his name, his full name, in a tone that was too familiar, too warm to be anything but a loved one. "Luke." He froze. His mother's voice. It was unmistakable, but she wasn't here. He glanced at his friends, their faces pale with confusion. "Did you hear that?" he whispered. Jessie nodded, her mouth dry, her hand trembling as she reached for Noah's arm. The whisper came again, and this time it sounded like his mother, but with a twist. Her voice, but slightly off, stretched too thin. The trees around them seemed to hum with a low frequency, as if the very air were vibrating with something ancient and powerful. Then came the footsteps. At first, they were slow, deliberate steps that circled their camp, just outside the reach of the firelight. Luke's breath hitched as the sound grew closer, faster. The rustling of branches, the creak of old wood. Something was out there, moving with purpose. Luke reached for the rifle, his fingers slick with sweat. "Stay close," he muttered, but the group was already tightening their circle, eyes scanning the shadows. The whistling started then, low and melodic, drifting through the trees as if carried by the wind. It wasn't a song they recognized. It was wrong. It made the hairs on the back of Luke's neck stand on end. And then they saw it. A figure emerged from the darkness, tall, impossibly tall, its limbs elongated and unnatural. Its skin was stretched too tight, its eyes hollow and black. It stood motionless, its head cocked at an unnatural angle, as if listening. And then it spoke. "Luke," it called again, its voice laced with something vile. Something that wasn't his mother's voice at all. It was something far older, far more dangerous. And panic set in as the creature stepped closer, its movements jerky, unnatural, like it was mimicking the human form, but unable to get it quite right. Luke's heart raced as he grabbed Noah's arm, pulling him toward the hunting cabin. The cabin was a short sprint away, but the thing was faster, its long legs covering the distance with terrifying speed. "Run!" Luke shouted, and they all bolted, their feet pounding against the ground, hearts in their throats. The air felt thick, like something was pushing against them, making it harder to breathe. They reached the door of the cabin, but it wouldn't open. Luke yanked the handle, but it was stuck, as if something inside was holding it shut. He hammered against the door with his shoulder, desperation building in his chest. Jesse screamed. The shadow of the creature was right behind them, its clawed hands reaching for them. Luke managed to force the door open just enough to slip through, and they tumbled inside, slamming it shut behind them. But the terror wasn't over. From the other side of the door came the scratching, slow, methodical, like something dragging its claws against wood. The creature's voice echoed from the darkness outside. "Luke, let me in. It's cold out here." Noah pressed his ear against the door, his face pale. "I don't hear anything," he said, his voice trembling. Luke wasn't so sure. His heart was still pounding in his chest, his mind reeling. Was it really gone? Or was it still out there, just waiting for them to make a move? Then a loud knock. Knock, knock, knock. The sound reverberated through the cabin, sending a fresh wave of terror through the group. The door rattled on its hinges, and for a moment, it felt like the walls themselves were closing in. Luke's hand gripped the rifle, his knuckles white with the strain. Jessie's breath came in sharp gasps as she backed into the corner, her eyes wide with fear. Then came the voice again, low and mocking. "Luke, let me in. I'm so cold." And the moment the scratching stopped, they bolted, running for the truck, the creature's shadow stretching behind them. But the cabin doors wouldn't open. Luke twisted the knob. The door was stuck. "It's jammed." Noah pulled. Jesse pushed. It wouldn't budge. A loud scraping sound came from inside the walls, as if claws were digging into the wood from within. Finally, with a burst of adrenaline, they yanked the door open just as the thing smashed through the window, the long, twisted fingers reaching for them. They ran, slipping on wet leaves, crashing through the woods, the sound of their feet hammering against the forest floor drowned out by the creature's eerie laughter, a sound that tore through the night like jagged glass. The headlights caught it full on, a grotesque shifting mass of stolen faces locked in a grin, eyes wide with predatory glee, and it smiled. They made it back to town, but the next morning, Luke's phone buzzed. A new voicemail, his own voice. "Come back. I'm still out here." Tyler Walker had always been drawn to the wilderness. Growing up near the Appalachian Mountains, he spent his childhood hiking and camping, exploring the dense forests, hidden caves, and tranquil streams that the mountain range had to offer. His father, an experienced outdoorsman, taught him the ways of survival, how to navigate by the stars, how to read the weather, and most importantly, how to respect the land. By his 20s, Tyler had become a seasoned hiker and nature enthusiast. He had trekked all over the United States, from the Rockies to the Adirondacks. But the Appalachian Mountains still felt like home. That was why, in the summer of 2013, he decided to embark on what would become his final hike. He had heard whispers of a trail deep in the heart of the Appalachian wilderness, known only to the most experienced hikers. The trail, called the Hollow Ridge Path, wasn't on any modern maps. It was rumored to be a remnant from the early settlers who used it as a shortcut to the valleys below. But the locals had warned Tyler not to go. They spoke of strange occurrences, people who had ventured too far down the trail and never returned. In hushed voices, they mentioned the Walker, a figure that had haunted the mountains for generations. But Tyler was a skeptic, and he didn't believe in ghost stories. He figured the warnings were simply rooted in the fear of the unknown, a superstition passed down through the ages. He packed his camera, along with his hiking gear, and set off. His plan was simple: hike the Hollow Ridge path, film his journey, and return in 3 days. The first day went smoothly. Tyler filmed the majestic views, the steep cliffs, and the dense forests. There was something serene about being alone in the wilderness, surrounded by nature. The wind through the trees, the calls of distant birds, and the occasional rustle of a small animal in the underbrush made him feel more alive than ever. But that night, as the sun set and the sky turned from pink to deep purple, something began to feel off. Tyler set up camp in a small clearing just beyond a dense thicket of trees. As night fell, he recorded his surroundings, noting the stillness of the forest. There were no crickets, no rustling leaves. It was as if the entire forest was holding its breath. As he sat by the fire, the sounds of the woods returned, but there was something wrong with them. The usual sounds, the crackling of the fire, the wind in the trees, were interrupted by faint, almost imperceptible noises. A distant snap of a twig, the soft rustle of leaves, the faintest sound of footsteps that seemed to come from the other side of the fire. Tyler brushed it off as the sounds of the forest settling in for the night. But as he lay in his tent, trying to fall asleep, the noises grew more frequent, and they were getting closer. The next morning, Tyler checked his gear and saw no signs of disturbance. No footprints, no broken branches. Everything seemed normal, but the nagging feeling of being watched lingered in the back of his mind. The second day, he hiked further along the trail, reaching a high ridge that offered a panoramic view of the surrounding mountains. While setting up his camera for a shot of the distant peaks, Tyler noticed something strange. At the edge of the trees, barely visible, was a figure. A tall man, standing completely still. His face was obscured by shadow, but Tyler could see that he was wearing what appeared to be a weathered coat and a wide-brimmed hat. Tyler's heart skipped a beat. He immediately reached for his camera, but when he looked back, the figure was gone. He called out to the man, but there was no response. The forest, once again, grew eerily quiet. That night, Tyler's unease grew. He set up camp near a small creek and tried to brush off the strange sighting, convincing himself that it was just another hiker passing through the area. But as the sun dipped below the horizon, Tyler couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. Every noise seemed amplified: the snapping of a branch, the fluttering of an owl's wings, the rustle of the creek water. The darkness felt heavier, as if it was pressing in on him from all sides. As he sat by his campfire, he thought he saw something. A shadow, flitting between the trees. It moved too quickly for him to focus on, but when he turned his head, it was gone. Tyler stood up, his hand gripping the flashlight, but he saw nothing. Yet, the feeling of being watched persisted. That night, he couldn't sleep. His mind kept racing, playing back the images of the mysterious figure. Who was it? And why hadn't they responded to his calls? He told himself it was nothing. But deep down, he knew he was lying. Something was out there. The following morning, Tyler packed up his camp, trying to shake off the unease that clung to him like a second skin. He had intended to push on, to complete the trek and reach the end of the Hollow Ridge path by midday, but something held him back. The trail seemed to stretch on endlessly, the trees growing thicker, their trunks gnarled and twisted. The air felt heavier, the atmosphere stifling, as though the forest itself was closing in on him. By midday, Tyler came across something unexpected. An old, dilapidated cabin hidden among the trees. It looked abandoned, the wooden planks weathered with age, moss creeping up the sides. The door hung slightly ajar, as if waiting for him to enter. Tyler approached with caution, the hairs on the back of his neck prickling. He had heard of these old cabins in the area, remnants of the past, but he had never seen one up close. Curiosity got the better of him, and he stepped inside, the floorboards creaking under his weight. The interior was dim, lit only by the faint light filtering through the cracks in the walls. A thick layer of dust covered everything, and cobwebs clung to the rafters. There were remnants of old furniture, a broken chair, a tarnished lantern, and a worn, faded rug that had seen better days. Tyler walked around the cabin, his camera recording everything. As he stepped toward a small wooden table near the far wall, he froze. There, scrawled across the table's surface in what appeared to be charcoal or blood, were strange symbols, angular shapes, looping lines, and something that resembled an eye. His heart began to race. It was just a silly drawing, he told himself. But as he stared at it, an overwhelming sense of dread washed over him. He needed to leave, and fast. Tyler turned to leave the cabin, but as he stepped toward the door, he froze once again. The hairs on his neck stood up, and he felt the weight of an unseen presence bearing down on him. Slowly, he turned his head. In the doorway, standing motionless in the shadows, was the same figure he had seen the day before. The tall man, dressed in a weathered coat and a wide-brimmed hat, was watching him, his face obscured. Tyler's breath caught in his throat. His instincts screamed at him to run, but his body was frozen. The figure didn't move. It didn't speak. It just stood there, staring. In that moment, Tyler's mind raced with questions. Was this the walker the locals had warned him about? Was this man somehow tied to the strange symbols in the cabin? Before he could make a move, the figure vanished. One moment it was there, and the next, it was gone. Like a ghost dissolving into the shadows. Tyler snapped back to reality, his heart pounding in his chest. He turned and bolted out of the cabin, his legs shaking beneath him. Outside, the forest seemed darker, the trees more oppressive. The sounds of the woods had died down once more, leaving an unsettling silence in their wake. Tyler hurriedly packed his gear, desperate to leave the area. As he slung his backpack over his shoulder, he thought he heard a whisper, a faint sound that came from behind him. He spun around, but there was no one there. The forest was empty, yet the whisper persisted, growing louder, more distinct. It was a voice, low and guttural, like a distant growl. Leave. Now. Tyler's breath caught in his throat. He knew he had to get out of there. He began to move down the trail, his footsteps quick and erratic, his mind whirling with fear. He couldn't shake the feeling that something was following him. Just out of sight. Just out of reach. The whispering grew louder, more urgent. Leave. Or die. Tyler's pulse quickened as he pushed forward, but the trees seemed to close in around him. The trail grew steeper, the path narrowing, and the daylight began to fade. It wasn't just the forest that seemed darker. Everything felt wrong. The air was thick, suffocating, and the oppressive silence made every step feel like a heavy weight. Then, as the sun dipped below the horizon, Tyler's worst fears came to life. From the corner of his eye, he saw movement, a shadow darting between the trees, just beyond the reach of his flashlight. He swung it toward the figure, but it was gone. Tyler's heart raced. He couldn't stop. He had to get to the end of the trail. He had to make it out of the woods alive. But as he pushed onward, the forest seemed to swallow him whole. The trees became distorted, their shapes warping and shifting as if they were alive, watching him. Suddenly, the voice came again, clearer now and unmistakably closer. You should never have come. Tyler's blood ran cold. The whispering had turned into a growl, a voice that no longer sounded human. It was coming from all directions, surrounding him. Tyler's heart hammered in his chest as he stumbled through the increasingly dense forest. The path had disappeared, swallowed by the oppressive trees and the darkening shadows. He felt the chilling cold bite at his skin, the distant growls in the air seeping into his bones. The whispering voice had transformed into something far more sinister, and he could feel its presence creeping closer with every breath. You shouldn't have stayed. You shouldn't have come back. Tyler's legs burned from the exertion, but he didn't dare stop. Every part of him screamed for him to keep moving, to outrun whatever hunted him. But with every turn he took, the woods seemed to shift. The trees grew tighter, the shadows deeper, as if the forest itself was alive, shifting to trap him. Then, in the distance, he saw it. A figure, no, the figure, stood in the center of a clearing, its tall, gangly silhouette barely discernible against the darkening sky. Tyler's breath caught in his throat as he recognized the wide-brimmed hat, the long, weathered coat. The man was standing motionless, facing him, and Tyler knew that whatever he was facing, it wasn't human. The air around him grew thick and oppressive. His flashlight flickered and then went out entirely, leaving him in the inky blackness of the forest. He fumbled for his spare batteries but couldn't find them fast enough. His senses heightened as the night closed in. His ears rang with a low, guttural growl, the sound coming from the figure. No, from all around him. The creature stepped forward, its movements unnatural, jerky, as though it wasn't entirely sure how to walk like a human. Its skin was a sickly grey, stretched too tightly over bones that seemed far too long. Its fingers, elongated and twisted, scraped across the ground as it moved. The figure's face remained hidden in the shadows, but Tyler could feel its eyes on him, cold, predatory, and hungry. The whispers around him grew louder, more frantic, as though the forest itself was speaking through the creature. Leave, before it's too late. Tyler's breath hitched in his throat, and for the first time in his life, a raw, primal fear coursed through him. He was no longer just running from the woods. He was running from something ancient, something far more dangerous than anything he had ever imagined. Without thinking, he turned and sprinted, his body moving on pure instinct. He didn't look back. He couldn't. The world around him seemed to warp, and he had no idea if he was still on the trail or lost in the maze of trees. The forest seemed to close in on him with every step, the trees bending unnaturally to block his way. The growling continued, rising to a deafening roar that shook the very air. Then he heard it. The sound of footsteps, heavy and unnatural, following him. The creature was getting closer. Tyler's legs were giving out, his body beginning to betray him. His vision blurred, and the forest around him seemed to twist and distort. Just as he thought he would collapse, the clearing opened up before him. There, in the center of the glade, stood an old stone well, the edges covered in creeping vines. It wasn't on his map, and it had never been mentioned by anyone he had spoken to. But there it was, sitting in the middle of nowhere. He dashed toward it, his hands trembling as he reached for the rim, searching for any way out of this nightmare. As his fingers brushed against the stones, he froze. A voice, deeper, more guttural, rumbled from the well. You shouldn't have come here. The ground beneath Tyler's feet trembled, and the air grew thick with the stench of decay. He felt a cold hand press against his back, the fingers digging into his skin. With a scream, he whipped around to face the creature, but it was no longer there. In its place was something far worse. From the shadows emerged the twisted figure, its face now fully visible. But it wasn't a face at all. It was a mask, a grotesque imitation of a human face, its features stretched beyond recognition. The eyes were hollow, the mouth twisted in a permanent snarl. It was the thing that had been following him, the thing that had whispered in his ears. the thing that had haunted his every step. As it drew closer, Tyler's mind raced, his body paralyzed by terror. He knew now that he was not just running from the creature. He was running from the past. This thing, whatever it was, had been waiting for him. It had been hunting him, feeding off his fear, drawing him deeper into the forest until he could no longer escape. He reached for the well, his fingers scraping against the rough stones as he tried to climb inside, desperate for any refuge. The creature's hand shot out, grabbing his ankle and yanking him back. Tyler let out a scream, but the darkness swallowed him whole. Tyler awoke to the harsh, biting cold of the forest floor beneath him. His body ached, his limbs heavy and unresponsive. He tried to move, but his head throbbed with an intense, pulsing pain. The air smelled of wet earth, of leaves and decay. The forest around him was eerily quiet. With great effort, Tyler pushed himself to his knees, blinking as his vision swam into focus. He was no longer in the clearing, but deep in the woods. The trees stretched far overhead, their branches weaving together to block out the sky. A strange fog clung to the ground, swirling around his feet. He sat up fully, his breath catching in his throat as he took in his surroundings. The well was gone. The creature was gone. In fact, everything was gone. His backpack, his gear, his flashlight, his whole camp had disappeared without a trace. He was alone. And then he heard it. The whisper. It's not over. Tyler froze. He recognized the voice, the low guttural growl that had followed him. He turned in circles, trying to pinpoint the source of the sound, but there was nothing but the oppressive silence of the forest. You can't escape. The voice came from everywhere and nowhere surrounding him. It wasn't in his head. It was real. Tyler's breath caught in his throat as the woods seemed to close in on him once more. The trees twisted and bent, their shapes growing darker, more ominous. His heart raced, panic flooding through him. He couldn't breathe. He couldn't think. As the whispering grew louder, the trees began to shift, their bark twisting and writhing as though alive, forming grotesque faces, twisted and decayed, leering at him from the darkness. Tyler's world tilted, the ground beneath him spinning. And then, as if it had all been a nightmare, he heard the sound of footsteps. Heavy footsteps, crunching through the leaves, and he knew. The walker was back. But this time, it wasn't a man. It wasn't a figure. It was something else, something ancient, something that had always been there, waiting for him. The last thing Tyler saw before the darkness consumed him was the glowing, hollow eyes of the creature staring back at him. Daniel Whitaker had always loved the outdoors. That's why he took the job. A park ranger position at Mark Twain National Forest, deep in the Missouri Ozarks, sounded like the perfect way to escape the city and breathe fresh air for a living. He wasn't naive. He knew the job meant long hours, unpredictable weather, and the occasional lost hiker. But none of that deterred him. What no one told him was why the position had opened up. His first day at the ranger station smelled like fresh coffee, damp flannel, and rain-soaked earth. The walls were lined with old maps, outdated equipment, and missing persons reports pinned to a corkboard near the back. Some of them were decades old, the edges yellowed and curling. Others looked fresh, their ink barely dry. Daniel ran a finger over one at random. Jacob Ellis, Park Ranger, last seen October 12th. Ellis was the guy before me, wasn't he? Daniel asked, turning toward the small group of rangers seated around the table. A long pause. Then, Ranger Dawson, the grizzled veteran who had been introduced as his supervisor, handed him a laminated sheet of paper. "Read this," Dawson said, his voice gravelly and low. "And follow it. Don't ask questions." Daniel frowned, but took the paper. 5 simple rules were printed in bold letters across the top. Rules for night patrol. 1. Lock the cabin door before sundown. Once it's dark, do not open it until morning, not for anything. 2. If you hear something calling your name from the trees, ignore it. It's not me. It's not anyone. 3. The radio may pick up voices. Do not reply unless you hear Ranger Dawson first. 4. If you see a man standing at the tree line with no flashlight, don't acknowledge him. Don't look twice. 5. If you wake up to find the front door open, leave immediately. Do not pack your things. Just run. Daniel let out a short laugh. You messing with the new guy? Dawson didn't smile. Another ranger, Carson, glanced up from where she was cleaning her shotgun at the table. She gave Daniel a look that was almost sympathetic. Just follow the damn rules. Daniel hesitated, waiting for someone to crack a grin and admit it was an initiation prank. But no one did. You're stationed at the old Firewatch cabin tonight, Dawson continued. Make the hour-long hike before sundown. And Daniel paused. Keep the door locked. It wasn't until he was halfway up the trail, backpack slung over one shoulder, that he realized no one had answered his question. Why had the position opened up? The path to the Firewatch cabin wound through dense woods, thick with the smell of damp earth and pine. Sunlight filtered through the canopy in fractured beams, but Daniel couldn't shake the feeling that the deeper he went, the quieter it became. At first, it was the good kind of quiet, the kind that came with being surrounded by nature, away from the hum of city life. But after a while, it started to feel off, like the forest was holding its breath. Birdsong faded. The occasional rustle in the brush stopped entirely. Even his own footsteps felt muffled, swallowed by the thick carpet of leaves. His grip tightened on the flashlight in his pack. He was being ridiculous. It was just nerves. First day jitters. Still, he picked up the pace. When he finally saw the Firewatch cabin through the trees, a weight lifted off his shoulders. It was an old structure, but sturdy, perched atop a small ridge with a decent view of the valley below. A radio antenna jutted from the roof, and a single rocking chair sat on the front porch, swaying slightly in the breeze. At least, he thought it was the breeze. He swallowed, shaking off the uneasy feeling creeping up his spine. Just the wind. Just the forest, settling. Still, when he unlocked the door and stepped inside, the first thing he did was slide the deadbolt into place, just in case. Daniel settled into the cabin as the sun dipped below the treetops, casting long shadows across the valley. He switched on the battery-powered lantern, its dim yellow light barely illuminating the single-room interior. Just a cot, a desk, and an old two-way radio crackling softly with static. The place smelled of aged wood and dust, with a faint lingering scent of something else, something metallic. He checked his watch. 8:37 p.m. His shift had officially begun. Dawson had said to check in every hour. Daniel twisted the radio's dial, listening as the static wavered. Firewatch cabin to base. All quiet so far. A pause. Then Dawson's voice came through, a little fuzzier than before. Copy that. Keep it that way. Daniel leaned back in the chair, listening to the sounds of the night. Or rather, the lack of them. The woods outside were deathly silent. No crickets, no rustling leaves. Even the wind seemed to have stopped. Then, knock, knock. Daniel's breath hitched. It wasn't the front door. The sound had come from outside, near the window. Slow, deliberate taps against the glass. Knock. Knock. His pulse spiked. It's just the trees shifting in the wind. That was the logical explanation. The only explanation. Except, there was no wind. He swallowed hard and reached for his flashlight, the rules flashing in his mind. Keep the door locked. Don't open it for anything. Daniel forced himself to stay seated, listening. The knocking had stopped, but the silence felt thicker now, pressing in against the cabin walls. Then, something new. A voice, faint, distant, calling his name. Daniel. His spine went rigid. It was coming from the trees, low and familiar, almost like... Dawson? Daniel fumbled for the radio. Base, you out there? Static. He turned the dial, trying again. Dawson? Neil. The voice came through the radio this time, warped and stretched, like a cassette tape playing too slow. Daniel. His throat went dry. That wasn't Dawson. It wasn't anyone. The firewatch cabin had a small back window. He turned toward it instinctively. Something was standing at the tree line. It was just a silhouette in the darkness, tall and thin, with limbs too long to be human. The moment his eyes landed on it, it moved, melting back into the trees without a sound. Daniel's breath came fast and shallow. His fingers were numb against the radio. Then the knocking started again. Closer this time. Knock, knock, knock. From the front door. 9:12 p.m. Daniel hadn't moved from the chair in over 20 minutes. His muscles were locked, his ears straining for any hint of sound outside. The knocking had stopped, but that didn't make him feel better. The radio crackled. Daniel. His blood ran cold. It was Dawson's voice, or at least it sounded like him. He grabbed the radio. Dawson, something's outside. Silence. Then, open the door. A wave of ice washed through Daniel's veins. Rule number 1, lock the cabin door before sundown. Once it's dark, do not open it until morning. Not for anything. His grip on the radio tightened. Dawson, if that's really you, tell me something only you'd know. Silence again. Then, in that same slow, distorted voice, Daniel. He dropped the radio. Outside, footsteps circled the cabin. Slow, deliberate, like someone, or something, was testing the walls. Then came the worst sound of all, the click of the front door unlocking. Daniel's stomach flipped. He hadn't touched the lock. And yet, the deadbolt slid open, all on its own. The handle turned. He lunged for his flashlight, aiming it at the door just as it creaked open an inch, just enough for the darkness outside to stare back at him. Daniel didn't breathe, didn't blink. The door did not move any further. Then, the rocking chair on the porch creaked. The voice, low and breathy, whispered right outside the doorframe. Found you. Daniel's heart hammered in his chest as he stared at the crack in the door, wide-eyed, trying to force himself to move, to do anything. The voice outside the door had been a death knell, its chilling whisper seeming to echo around the cabin, the very air thick with something malignant. Found you. The door creaked, as if some invisible hand were pushing against it, a slow, torturous movement that made Daniel's limbs feel like lead. He had to move. He had to get out. But the rules, his mind repeated the rules like a mantra. Leave immediately if the door opens. Don't pack anything. Just run. But how? How could he leave when whatever was out there was already here? Daniel's throat tightened and panic clawed at him. Then, footsteps. They were light, quick, like the tapping of bare feet against the floorboards of the porch. His pulse sped up. The sound moved toward the window. His flashlight flickered in his hands, casting a dim, erratic light over the walls of the cabin. He dared a glance out the window, just a glimpse, and saw it. A figure, tall, gaunt, its silhouette just barely visible in the shadows. It wasn't a man anymore. Whatever it was had shifted. Its limbs were longer, too long to be human. The hands were reaching, groping at the wall, the window, desperate to get inside. And then, the door handle turned again. Number no. The door was barely open, but there was something behind it now, something waiting. The chair outside groaned as if it had been rocked forward by the invisible force, and the very foundation of the cabin felt as if it were vibrating with tension. Then, the whisper came again. Close, so close, like it was breathing down his neck, a sound as jagged as broken glass. each word feeling like a cold hand on his skin. "Let me in, Daniel." It knows. His eyes darted around the room, his gaze catching on the radio. The damn radio that had been useless, its transmission crackling and warping. But now it might be his only lifeline. He threw himself toward it, his breath coming in frantic bursts, fingers fumbling over the buttons. "Dawson!" Daniel shouted, his voice raw with desperation. "Please, it's here! Help me!" The radio crackled once more, the static almost deafening. "Daniel!" But it wasn't Dawson. It was something else. The voice was deeper now, layered, as if several people, no, things, were speaking in unison. The sound slithered through the air like something alive. He didn't wait to hear more. His eyes darted to the front door again, just in time to see it creep open a little further. The darkness outside growing bolder, pushing into the cabin like a living thing. That was all it took. Daniel couldn't stay. Grabbing his flashlight, he bolted toward the back door, but as he reached for the handle, something stopped him. A cold presence. A figure, tall, skeletal, loomed in the doorway. It was there, blocking his escape. The air grew thicker, suffocating him. He could barely breathe. His pulse felt like it was vibrating his whole body. That thing, it wasn't just outside anymore. It was in his mind. It knows. It knew him. It knew his fear. He spun around, his flashlight now casting shaky, wild beams across the room. The chair. The damn chair. It was rocking again, on its own. He took a step back, and then another. He was cornered. The rules, his mind screamed. Run. But where? The tree line outside was now a blur of shifting shadows, its edges pulsing with an unnatural rhythm, as if waiting for him to make the wrong move. Run. He wasn't thinking. He wasn't listening to reason. He grabbed the back door, ripped it open, and stumbled into the night. Cold, wet, silent. The forest stretched out before him, vast and unwelcoming. But Daniel didn't care anymore. His legs moved on their own, pushing him forward, away from the cabin, away from the thing that was hunting him. He had one shot, just one, to make it back to the ranger station. He didn't look back. He couldn't. The howl of something inhuman split the night air, echoing across the woods, and Daniel felt it in his bones. It was following him. He ran faster, the trees blurring around him as he tripped over roots and jagged rocks. His breath was ragged, his chest aching with every step, but he didn't slow down. Through the forest he ran, every shadow a possible threat, every rustle a promise of something creeping just behind him. Suddenly, a crack, a low, guttural sound, came from just beyond his line of sight. He didn't dare stop. He couldn't stop. But then, the whisper again, a breath, cold against his ear. "Found you." Daniel whipped around but saw nothing. He was alone. And then, just ahead, the familiar outline of the ranger station. His heart thundered in his chest, and his feet moved quicker, propelling him toward the station's lights, to safety, to the place where the ground beneath his feet gave way. His body dropped into darkness, swallowed by the earth, and everything went black. Daniel's eyes snapped open, and for a moment, he didn't know where he was. His body felt numb, heavy, as though it had been dragged through the mud. His breath was shallow, his heart pounding erratically, each thump sending tremors through his chest. He was lying on the ground. No, not just any ground. The air was thick, heavy, with an almost unnatural stillness. The air tasted of earth, of moss, of something decayed. He struggled to sit up, his hands sinking into soft, wet soil. His flashlight was gone, the faint outline of the ranger station nowhere to be seen. Everything was dark. A low growl echoed through the trees. Daniel froze. It wasn't far. He could feel it, its presence, like a shadow stretching across his soul, crawling under his skin. He couldn't remember how he had fallen, but he had to get up. He had to move. The rules were clear now. Never stop. Never look back. His body screamed in protest as he pushed himself to his feet, his legs shaky beneath him. The forest around him was eerily silent. No wind, no animals, no rustling leaves. Just the thick weight of the dark pressing in from all sides. His fingers dug into the bark of a nearby tree, grounding himself, and then he heard it, soft, almost imperceptible, but unmistakable. The rustling of footsteps on leaves, the lightest crunch of twigs breaking underfoot. It was close now, too close. His breath quickened. He turned his head, scanning the inky blackness. A flash of movement, just at the edge of his vision. His heart skipped a beat. There it was, the thing, the creature, the one that had been following him, the one that had whispered his name. It was towering, its shape barely discernible in the shadows, but its eyes, glowing faintly, like the reflection of fire in pitch-black night, were unmistakable. And it was watching him. The world around him felt like it was collapsing inward, the trees pressing in as if to suffocate him. The thing's gaze locked onto his, and the air between them seemed to hum with a strange energy, a primal pull. He knew it. It knew him. "You can't run from me, Daniel," the voice rasped, its tone twisted, distorted. It was no longer a whisper. It was a command. "You are mine." A chill swept down his spine, colder than anything he had ever felt. The voice, it was wrong, not human. It was deeper now, layered with voices, a chorus of the damned. And yet, in the back of his mind, a horrible realization gnawed at him. It wasn't just hunting him. It was calling him. He backed away, his legs trembling beneath him. Every instinct screamed at him to run, but his feet were frozen. The creature's voice surged again, echoing inside his skull, each word a claw digging deeper. "You are mine. I am in you. I am everything you fear." He closed his eyes, trying to block out the voice, trying to shake the terror that was taking root in his mind. But it was impossible. It was in him now. Part of him. "No!" He shouted at the darkness, his voice hoarse, raw with the strain of holding back the wave of panic that threatened to drown him. He had to fight it. He had to. A movement. A sound. Behind him. A snap. Too late. Before he could turn, the creature's long, twisted limbs were upon him. Cold, unnaturally strong hands wrapped around his throat, lifting him from the ground as if he weighed nothing. Daniel gasped, his vision blurring as he struggled against the grip, his breath a series of desperate, strangled gasps. The thing leaned in, its putrid breath hot against his ear. It whispered again, its voice like claws scraping against his mind, dragging him down into the depths of madness. "You never should have come here, Daniel. This place, this forest is mine. And now you are mine." With a strength born of desperation, Daniel reached out, his hands flailing for anything. And then, by some miracle, his fingers brushed against something cold and metallic. His flashlight. It had fallen, hidden in the dirt. His heart skipped. Grabbing it, he turned it on. The beam sliced through the darkness, but for a brief, fleeting moment, the light caught something else, a reflection in the creature's eyes. The cabin. The thought hit him like a punch to the gut. The cabin. The place he had come from. The place where this had all started. It's not over. With a surge of adrenaline, Daniel slammed the flashlight into the creature's face. The creature hissed, recoiling from the bright light, its grip loosening just enough for him to break free. He scrambled to his feet, stumbling toward the darkness, away from the creature that was now shrieking in fury. The light from the flashlight flickered erratically, barely illuminating his path, but it was enough to guide him, to keep the thing at bay. It was weaker in the light. Daniel ran with everything he had left, tearing through the forest, not looking back. His breath was ragged, each step a painful struggle. but he kept moving. The flashlight flickered out again, and then, ahead, there it was, the ranger station, his salvation. As he reached the door, he slammed his hand against the handle, throwing himself inside. The door slammed shut behind him, the world outside dark and silent once again. He collapsed to the floor, gasping for air, his body shaking violently. He was safe, at least for now. The whispers were gone, but he knew deep down that it wasn't over. The thing was still out there, waiting, and Daniel was marked. It would never let him go. Never. The Ozarks had always been Colton's home. As a park ranger, he'd spent most of his adult life walking its vast, rugged terrain, understanding its every twist, every tree, every creek that cut through the dense woods. There was something calming about the isolation, the quiet hum of nature that surrounded him. But lately, the quiet was different. It was hollow, unsettling. For the past couple of months, several groups of campers had gone missing without a trace. The reports all came in the same way. People went out on their hiking trips or set up campsites, only for their tents to be found abandoned, gear scattered, and no sign of the people who'd been there. Authorities believed it was a human predator, someone hunting campers for reasons unknown, but Colton wasn't convinced. As much as he didn't want to admit it, his experience in the Ozarks told him it wasn't just another killer on the loose. He had a feeling, an intuition, that this was something darker, something supernatural. He had heard whispers from the old-timers who lived around the park, old folk tales about the spirits of the Ozarks, about things that should never be disturbed, and he couldn't shake the thought that they weren't just stories. The park they were investigating was Buffalo National River, a place few ventured deep into, save for the most experienced outdoorsmen. The area was known for its steep bluffs, thick forests, and winding rivers that could swallow a person whole if they weren't careful. The rangers had tried everything, organizing search teams, setting up traps, and even enlisting the help of local hunters. But all they found were abandoned campsites and eerie signs of something stalking them, something that had been watching. Colton, a seasoned ranger, had been the one to push for a deeper investigation, insisting there was more to these disappearances than a human could explain. It wasn't just the missing campers. It was the way they disappeared, the way they were taken, the strange sounds that had been reported, the low growls in the night that seemed to echo off the hills. Colton knew the sounds of wild animals. This wasn't that. After several weeks without finding any solid clues, he was assigned to take the lead on the latest search. The families of the missing people were desperate for answers, but the truth was, Colton didn't know what kind of answer to give. All he could do was follow his instincts and the faint, flickering thread of evidence that suggested something far more sinister was lurking in the park. The sun was beginning to set as Colton arrived at one of the campsites, where the most recent group had been reported missing. The forest was already dimming, but the overcast sky blocked out most of the light, casting the park in a near-perpetual twilight. He stood at the edge of the campsite, examining the area with a practiced eye. The tents were still there, though half collapsed. The campsite looked as though it had been abandoned in haste, but everything seemed off. There were footprints, but they were odd. Instead of normal human tracks, they were too deep, almost like something heavy had walked through. And they weren't following a clear path. They spiraled, scattered in different directions, before disappearing into the underbrush. Colton's stomach churned. Something wasn't right. He knelt down, inspecting the scattered gear. One of the backpacks had been torn open, its contents scattered across the ground, and yet there was no sign of struggle, no blood, no sign of anyone having fought back, just an eerie quiet. The faint smell of burning wood still lingered in the air, suggesting the fire had recently died. There was an unease to the stillness, a silence that felt suffocating. As Colton sifted through the belongings, his heart skipped a beat. In the midst of the scattered supplies was a camera, an old dusty model, probably belonging to one of the missing campers. He picked it up cautiously, noting that the lens was cracked, as if it had been dropped or smashed in a hurry. His fingers trembled slightly as he turned it on, praying it wasn't just another useless item that had been abandoned in panic. The screen flickered to life. The first image that flashed up was a blurry shot of the campsite, probably taken earlier in the day. The second image was a picture of the woods, taken from within the trees. But the third picture made Colton freeze in place. It was a dark figure in the distance, standing at the edge of the woods, watching the campsite from just behind the trees. The figure was tall, but its shape was unnatural. It didn't seem to belong in the photo, like it had been captured at the wrong angle, out of sync with the surroundings. Colton's breath caught in his throat. He wasn't sure what it was, but he knew that feeling. The feeling of being watched. He turned the camera off, but his mind kept racing. He had heard stories from other rangers who had worked here before, about something dark that lingered in the forest, something that didn't let people leave. They had always chalked it up to old superstitions. But this was something different, something worse. The missing campers hadn't just vanished, they had been taken. And Colton wasn't sure he'd be able to find out why before whatever it was that had claimed them came for him next. The sun dipped below the tree line, casting the forest in a muted twilight glow. Colton's breath was steady, but the uneasy sensation that had been crawling up his spine for the past few weeks began to settle deeper into his chest. As he carefully examined the campsite, the hair on the back of his neck prickled, and the silence felt heavy, unnatural. Every step seemed to echo through the trees, amplifying the stillness around him. He pushed the feeling aside. This was just another day in the wilderness, another case to solve. The camera in his hand felt heavier as he turned it over, still lost in the blurry image of the dark figure. The woods had always had a way of playing tricks on people. He'd heard rumors from the locals about shadowy figures and strange sightings in the park, but he never gave much credence to old stories. Not until now. He heard something then, a sound faint enough to be mistaken for the wind, but it came from the direction of the trees. A rustle, a scraping noise, like dry branches being twisted. His hand instinctively went to the rifle slung across his back, and he scanned the woods, but saw nothing. Colton wasn't new to this job. He knew the dangers that came with it, especially in an area as wild and remote as Buffalo National River. But this was different. It wasn't an animal. It wasn't a person. It was something wrong. The wind picked up, and the rustling sound grew louder, coming from all around him now. It seemed to shift, like something circling, closing in. Colton's eyes flicked back to the camp, his heart hammering in his chest. The campsite was still empty, but the hairs on his arms stood on end. That's when he noticed it. A trail of broken branches leading into the woods. It wasn't just the kind of disruption an animal might cause. These branches were snapped at unnatural angles, some of them ripped clean from the trees. Someone, or something, had been through here recently, but it wasn't human. The footprints that followed weren't animal tracks either. They were too deep, too wide, too erratic. The pattern suggested something far larger, something that moved with purpose, but without concern for leaving clear traces. Colton swallowed hard, his instincts kicking into overdrive. He had seen these signs before, but never here, never so close to home. His father had spoken of creatures like this when Colton was younger. Things from the folklore of the Ozarks. He dismissed it at the time, but now, in the heart of these woods, the stories seemed all too real. He continued following the trail, his footsteps now slow and deliberate, his mind racing. The sounds around him shifted once more, and his eyes darted to the trees. He could feel it. Something watching him. Something tracking his every move. His breath was shallow as he moved deeper into the woods, keeping his senses alert. The trail led him to a clearing. The trees here were gnarled, twisted like the bones of some long-dead creature. At first he thought it was just an oddly shaped tree, but as he got closer, he realized that the object wasn't natural. It was a human limb. A severed arm, torn clean from the body, its flesh pale and mangled, with claw-like marks running through the bone. Colton recoiled, his stomach churning. The air felt thick, heavier now, as if something was closing in around him. His eyes scanned the rest of the clearing, his senses on high alert. The arm wasn't the only thing here. There were scraps of torn clothing scattered in the underbrush, a torn backpack hanging from the side of a low-hanging branch. Colton recognized it immediately. It was one of the missing campers' packs. His breath caught in his throat. He crouched down to inspect the area, the eerie stillness surrounding him. The ground was soft, the soil disturbed, but there were no signs of struggle, no sign that the campers had fought back or tried to escape. Everything was too calm, too quiet. And then, as if the air itself was holding its breath, a sound rang out from the trees. A low, guttural growl. It didn't come from a bear. It didn't come from a mountain lion. This sound was deep, resonating through the trees like an ancient warning. Colton's heart leapt into his throat. The growl was followed by a snap of branches, and in the distance, a shadow moved. So fast, too fast for an animal. Colton's instincts screamed at him to run, but his legs felt like they were rooted to the ground. The forest was closing in. Something was out there, and it was drawing closer. Colton wasn't sure how much longer he could stay calm, but he couldn't afford to panic. Not now. Not when he was this close. He rose to his feet, quickly scanning the trees. He needed to get out of this clearing. But before he could turn around, he heard the unmistakable sound of footsteps behind him. Slow, deliberate, and heavy. The hairs on his neck stood up, and his blood ran cold. He wasn't alone anymore. The creature was here, and it was closer than ever. The moment Colton turned, he knew something had changed. The air felt thick, saturated with an unnatural heaviness that pressed down on his chest. His heart hammered in his ears, and the growling that had echoed through the woods now seemed to reverberate inside his skull. Every instinct he had as a ranger screamed at him to run, to flee back to the campsite and call for backup, but his legs refused to move. His body locked in place, frozen by the sheer magnitude of the presence now stalking him. The footsteps came closer, and with them, a sense of impending doom. They were heavy, deliberate, like the footfalls of something that had been walking these woods for centuries. The rustle of leaves, the snap of twigs underfoot. It wasn't just a predator. It was hunting him. Colton's hand slid to his side, fingers brushing the cold metal of his sidearm. But deep down, he knew it wouldn't help him. The stories his father had told him, the warnings from the old-timers, none of it had seemed real. But now, as he stood in the middle of the Ozarks with something massive closing in on him, those stories became his only truth. He wasn't up against a man or a wild animal. This was something else. Something ancient. The growl came again, louder this time, like a warning. It was no longer behind him. It was in front of him. Colton slowly raised his head, his breath shallow, his pulse racing as he scanned the trees. The light had dimmed further, and the woods seemed to close in, the shadows stretching long and dark. And then he saw it. At first it was just a silhouette, a dark shape blending into the trees, so tall it seemed to touch the canopy. The creature's form was massive, covered in fur, its movements unsettlingly smooth, like it was both part of the forest and completely separate from it. Its eyes, Colton would never forget them, glowed an unnatural yellow, piercing through the dim light like twin lanterns in the dark. The eyes locked onto his with an intensity that sent a chill down his spine. It was studying him, watching him, as though it were weighing his worth. Colton's mouth went dry. The figure took a step forward, its long limbs impossibly long and twisted. It wasn't like anything he had seen before. Not a bear, not a Bigfoot. No, this was something far older. It moved with an eerie, gliding motion, as if it were floating just above the ground, its feet never quite touching the earth. Its fur, matted and coarse, looked almost like the skin of something ancient, something that had lived through the ages and had learned how to hide in plain sight. Colton's hand clenched around his weapon, but he knew he was powerless. There was no way to outrun it, no way to fight it. The creature took another step, and this time Colton could hear the low, rattling growl deep within its chest. The ground seemed to vibrate, and a feeling of dread washed over him, almost as if the very air was being suffocated by the creature's presence. It stepped closer still, its movements fluid and unnatural. Colton could see it now. Its face was twisted, grotesque, a mix of human and something else. Its features seemed to shift with every glance, never quite settling into one form. The longer he looked, the more he felt his sanity slipping, as if the creature was warping his perception, pulling him into its nightmarish world. He tried to look away, but he couldn't. The eyes held him there. Suddenly it spoke, or at least he thought it did. A voice, guttural and deep, rumbled through the air, reverberating inside his skull. The words were unintelligible, a series of hisses and growls that made no sense. But the meaning was clear. It wasn't interested in him, not yet. It was toying with him. And then the creature lunged. It wasn't like the movies, where monsters move slowly and with purpose. No, this was fast, unnaturally fast. Colton didn't have time to react. The creature's massive claws reached out for him, and he dove to the side, barely managing to avoid its swipe. The ground beneath him shook as the thing crashed into the trees, sending a shower of splintered wood flying into the air. Colton scrambled to his feet, adrenaline flooding his body as his training kicked in. He didn't look back. He couldn't. He ran. His legs burned, his breath ragged, but he pushed himself forward, tearing through the underbrush, his mind racing. He didn't know where he was going, just that he had to get away. His only thought was survival. The sound of the creature behind him was deafening now, its growls and crashes echoing through the forest, each step sending a wave of fear through him. He could hear it getting closer. He could feel it, right behind him, almost at his heels. A scream built up in his throat, but it never came. The woods were too alive with noise, too full of the creature's presence. And then, just as suddenly as it had started, the sound stopped. The growling faded, the crashes of the creature's pursuit silenced. Colton slowed, gasping for breath, his heart pounding in his chest. He dared to look back. The forest around him was still, too still. He couldn't hear a thing, couldn't see a trace of the creature. It was as if it had vanished. But Colton knew better. Whatever it was still out there, watching, waiting. And he was no longer sure if he would ever leave these woods alive. Colton's pulse slowed, but the dread still clung to him. The woods had swallowed him whole, and now, as the silence pressed in from all sides, he couldn't shake the feeling that the creature was still out there, waiting for the perfect moment to strike again. His breath came in shallow gasps, his body slick with sweat despite the chill that had settled in the air. Every snap of a twig, every rustle in the brush sent his heart racing, but when he turned to look, the forest was just as still as it had been moments before. He stumbled forward, heart hammering in his chest, unsure of where he was headed anymore. His only thought was to get out, to escape the suffocating grip of the woods, but the longer he ran, the more disoriented he became. The trees seemed to twist in on themselves, the trail he had followed vanishing with each step. The path was gone. He'd seen the creature, felt its claws just inches away. And yet now, there was nothing. Nothing but the eerie stillness of the night. It was almost as if the forest itself had swallowed him up, and he was no longer in control of his own fate. The camp, his only point of orientation, was still miles away. Colton knew he couldn't make it back to the ranger station, not like this, not after what he had witnessed. But the thought of staying in these woods, lost and alone, was even worse. He found a small rock outcrop by a stream and collapsed against it, exhaustion weighing down on him. For a moment, he closed his eyes, just trying to catch his breath, to let the pounding in his head settle. But sleep didn't come. He could still feel the creature's eyes on him, and he could still hear its growls echoing in his ears. His mind replayed the events over and over, but it was starting to blur. Everything felt distant and unreal, like a nightmare he couldn't wake up from. As he sat there, the silence returned, thick and oppressive. Colton's eyes fluttered open, his senses alert. That's when he saw it, just beyond the edge of his vision, a flicker of movement. A shadow. No, not a shadow. A figure, standing just inside the tree line watching him. He froze. His body tensed, every muscle screaming to run, but he couldn't move. The figure didn't move either. It stood motionless, its outline barely discernible in the fading light. Colton's breath caught in his throat. Could it be the creature again? Was this some twisted game, some cruel trick of the mind? His hand went to his sidearm, but he stopped himself. There was no point. He already knew. His father's warnings, the stories from the old-timers, they had all been true. The creature, whatever it was, didn't play by the rules. It didn't care about guns or traps or anything human. It was a part of the land, older than the trees themselves, and it could disappear as easily as it appeared. The figure slowly took a step forward. Colton could see it clearer now, but his mind refused to process what it was. The outline, the shape, it was almost human, yet far too tall, too hunched, and far too unnatural. The figure's face, there was no face. It was an empty void, just a blur of darkness where eyes should have been. Then it spoke, not with words, but with a sound. A voice, but not a voice. An echo that reverberated in Colton's skull. A voice that rattled his very core. A whisper of something too old to comprehend. You were never meant to leave. The words weren't spoken aloud, but Colton heard them, felt them, deep inside his bones. The figure took another step forward, and Colton knew, without a doubt, that it was coming for him. But just as quickly as it had appeared, the figure vanished. Not a single trace. The trees were still, the night too quiet. The rustle of the wind in the leaves was the only sound now, but it wasn't comforting. It was hollow, as though the forest itself had died, leaving nothing behind but an echo of its former self. Colton didn't know what happened next. His eyes grew heavy, and the darkness around him seemed to close in, swallowing him whole. The last thing he remembered was the snap of twigs underfoot. Footsteps, slow and deliberate, as if the creature was circling. And then, the world went black. When Colton awoke, the sun was rising, casting a dull orange light through the trees. His head throbbed, his body aching, but there was no sign of the creature, no sign of the forest's twisted horror. For a moment, he thought maybe it had all been a dream, a terrible, fevered dream. But then he saw the gear. Scattered across the forest floor, just beyond the rock outcrop, were the belongings of the missing campers, packs, jackets, a half-burned fire pit. The same items Colton had seen at the previous campsite. But there were no bodies, no signs of a struggle, just the abandoned gear, scattered as if left in a hurry. Colton's chest tightened. He stood, unsteady, and stumbled toward the items. His breath hitched as his hands trembled, picking up a jacket. It was the same as the one worn by one of the missing campers, yet there was no body to go with it, no trace of where they had gone or why. He looked around, his heart sinking. The woods was still. The trees stood as silent sentinels, guarding the secrets that Colton would never understand. And then, just as he turned to leave, he heard it. Faint, but unmistakable. The sound of heavy breathing behind him, and the low, guttural growl that seemed to vibrate in his chest. Colton froze. The forest had not given him answers. It had only given him a taste of the terror that still lurked within its depths. And somewhere, deep within those woods, the creature waited. I've read all the books. I've listened to the stories, the warnings, the old-timers talking about the tower, but I never really believed them. Ghost stories, myths, and urban legends, the kind of things you hear around campfires. Nothing that should have made me feel nervous about starting my first solo shift as a fire lookout. It's just a job, a simple job. Or at least that's what I told myself when they dropped me off here, high on this mountain ridge, with nothing but the sound of the wind and the weight of my own thoughts. The fire tower is built to withstand everything. Storms, the thickest of winds, wildfires. But standing there at the base, looking up at the tall, steel structure, I felt small, like I wasn't meant to be here. The air was thick, damp, and the forest below stretched out in all directions, its vastness both awe-inspiring and suffocating. The only way in or out of the tower is a long hike or a helicopter ride. No one's coming up here unless they need something, and that something doesn't include company. As I made my way up the narrow, creaking steps that led to the small cabin perched at the top of the tower, I couldn't help but glance back down at the forest. The trees were a dark, endless sea, their silhouettes swaying gently in the wind. I'd heard the stories, the ones about strange noises in the night, the unexplainable things people had seen, the whispers about this very tower. They told me to take the rules seriously, but I thought they were just people who got lonely in the wilderness and let their minds wander too far. I didn't think much of it then. The cabin is small, just enough room for a cot, a table with a few maps scattered across it, and a radio that crackled to life when I flicked the switch. The walls are lined with faded yellowed papers listing rules and safety procedures. I glanced over them for the 100th time. 5 simple guidelines that were supposed to keep me safe. Rule number 1, never leave the cabin after dark. Rule number 2, do not make any sound when you hear knocking on the tower. Rule number 3, never look out over the ridge at midnight. Rule number 4, do not engage with any voice you hear calling your name. Rule number 5, never trust your own shadow. At first glance, they seemed like simple things, precautions for the usual hazards of the wilderness. But something about the way they were written, it wasn't just a cautionary tale. There was something underlying them, something urgent. I settled into the cabin, unpacking my gear, trying to keep my mind busy. The first day had been calm. The view from the top of the tower was breathtaking. Endless green, the occasional flash of a bird or a deer darting through the trees, the sun sinking slowly behind the horizon. But as the light began to fade, so did the warmth of the day, leaving only the chill of the mountain air. The wind picked up, a constant rustling through the trees below, and that's when the first thing happened, the knocking. I remember sitting in the chair by the window, my feet up on the small table, thumbing through the logbook left by the previous lookouts. Most entries were routine, weather reports, notes on animal sightings, the occasional mention of strange noises. There was nothing to suggest anything out of the ordinary except one entry from a week ago. It was short, a simple sentence that made my stomach churn. Heard knocking again. Didn't open the door. Stay safe. I didn't think much of it at first. It had to be some animal, right? Something small and nocturnal, maybe a raccoon or a bear tapping against the walls. Maybe the wind. I told myself that. I told myself everything but the truth. The first knock came just after dusk, too soft to be heard over the wind at first, but then louder, sharper. A rhythmic tap, tap, tap against the tower. I froze, listening. The knocking came again, louder now, unmistakable. I glanced nervously at the door. It was so quiet otherwise, the kind of silence you don't realize you're in until it's broken. My heart rate sped up, but I kept my gaze fixed on the door, my hands sweating in my lap. Rule number 2 flashed in my mind. Do not make any sound when you hear knocking on the tower. I bit my lip and slowly leaned forward, trying to peer through the small window. But all I could see was the thick darkness of the forest below, shadows of the trees that stretched high into the night. I heard the knocking again, the rhythm growing louder, more urgent. My breath caught in my throat. I stood, frozen, trying to convince myself that it was just an animal. Just the wind. I hadn't seen anything unusual. But I was wrong. The knocking didn't stop. I remembered the rules. Rule number 2. Rule number 2. Do not make any sound when you hear knocking. I took a step away from the window, my heartbeat pounding in my ears, but I couldn't tear myself away from the door. I wanted to open it, to look outside, to see if something was really out there. But the rules, I couldn't. I wouldn't. The knocking stopped as abruptly as it had started. Silence. Deep, suffocating silence. I let out a breath I hadn't realized I was holding. I looked around the cabin, feeling suddenly aware of the weight of the solitude. The darkness outside was thick now, and the only sound was the wind howling through the trees. The clock on the wall ticked steadily. Minutes passed. An hour. 2. The radio crackled, breaking the silence. It was the park manager. His voice came through, warm but distant. Hey, Kyle. How's everything up there? Just wanted to check in. You're good to go, right? I glanced at the radio, then back at the door. The knocking had stopped, but the unease hadn't. I'm good, I replied, trying to sound normal, to hide the unease creeping into my voice. Good, good. Just remember the rules, Kyle. They're there for your safety. Don't take them lightly. See you tomorrow. The transmission ended, leaving me alone in the silence once more. The night felt heavier now, suffocating. The wind had died down, but the silence was worse than any storm. I sat back in the chair, staring at the window, trying to force my mind to relax. I told myself the knocking was nothing. It was just an animal. Maybe a branch brushing the tower. But deep down, I knew it wasn't that simple. Something wasn't right. And I hadn't even been here a full day. I glanced at the clock. Midnight was approaching. Rule number 3 came back to me. Never look out over the ridge at midnight. I didn't understand why at first, but now, with the knocking still fresh in my mind, the dread began to settle in. Midnight. The ridge. I wasn't sure what it meant, but I wasn't about to find out. I thought I could handle this. I thought I could do the job. But the longer I sat in that cabin, the more the weight of the rules pressed down on me. I wasn't sure what was out there, or what the knocking meant, but I wasn't about to test it. I wasn't alone here, not anymore, and I wasn't sure I was ever going to be. The night felt endless. I couldn't stop looking at the clock, each minute dragging by slower than the last. The knocking had stopped, but the unease remained, like a weight pressing down on my chest. The silence had returned, deep and suffocating. The wind outside had died, leaving the world outside to feel like a dead holding breath. I couldn't stop thinking about the rules. The 5 rules burned into my mind. They told me they were for my safety, for my survival. But I didn't know if I believed that anymore. The first rule seemed simple enough at least. Never leave the cabin after dark. Okay, fine. That one was easy to follow. Who would want to leave a safe, warm cabin and head out into the cold, dark woods at night? But the other rules, they didn't make sense to me. They felt strange, unnatural, like the kind of thing someone says to keep you paranoid. But that knocking, it was real. I heard it, and it wasn't an animal. I couldn't explain it, and I didn't want to. The clock ticked away the hours. Midnight came and went without any sign of the ridge, but I stayed glued to the window, watching the dark expanse of the forest below. I wasn't sure why I was so drawn to it, why I kept staring at the thick trees and the blackness between them. I told myself I was just making sure nothing was moving, making sure there were no surprises waiting in the shadows. But that's not what it felt like. It felt like something was pulling me, calling me to the window. A soft whisper broke the silence. I jerked my head toward the door, straining my ears. It wasn't loud enough to be heard over the wind, but there it was. A voice. A whisper. Not the wind, not the trees. This voice came from the direction of the forest. My heart hammered in my chest. Don't engage with any voice you hear calling your name. I had to fight the instinct to open the door, to run outside and see who was there. But I knew the rules. I had no idea what was out there, or who. And whatever it wasn't worth finding out. The whispering stopped, but I could still feel the tension in the air, thick as smoke. I stood up slowly, trying to shake the feeling that the forest was somehow alive, that it was watching me, judging me. I tried to ignore it, to focus on the clock, the radio, anything else. But as the minutes passed, the shadows began to shift. At first I thought it was just my imagination, the kind of thing that happens when you're alone in a place this isolated for too long. But then, it happened again. I looked at the far corner of the room, where the shadows from the small table stretched across the floor. There was something wrong about them. They weren't moving with the same rhythm as the light. It wasn't the usual play of shadows created by the weak lamp on the table. They seemed off. They shifted unnaturally, twisting, contorting in ways they shouldn't have. I blinked, rubbed my eyes, and then looked again. There it was. A faint, almost imperceptible movement. The shadows seemed to stretch and shrink as though they were being pulled by some invisible force. But there was no breeze. There was nothing in the room that could explain it. Rule number 5 echoed in my mind. Never trust your own shadow. I turned away from the corner, my pulse quickening. I knew what it meant, but it didn't make sense. It wasn't possible, right? The shadows couldn't be alive. They couldn't move on their own. Still, I couldn't stop looking at them, watching as they stretched across the floor, reaching toward me. It felt like they were pulling me in, like I was supposed to follow them, to let them lead me. But I fought the urge. I had to focus, to stay calm. I took a few deep breaths, forcing myself to move away from the window, away from the corner where the shadows had been moving. But the unease never left. It clung to me, thick and suffocating, like the darkness itself had come alive in the cabin. The radio crackled to life again, breaking the silence. "Kyle? You there?" It was the park manager's voice again, distant and almost distant. "Just checking in. You holding up okay?" I hesitated for a moment before answering. My mind was still buzzing with the strange feeling of the shadows, and I didn't know how to explain it. I didn't know if I could. How could I tell someone that the shadows were moving, or that I'd heard something whispering outside? They'd think I was losing it. "I'm fine," I said, my voice sounding hollow even to me. "Everything's good." "All right. Keep your head up, rookie. Stay safe." The transmission ended, and the silence crept back into the room. The shadows had stopped moving, but the tension remained, thick and heavy. I couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. I tried to focus on anything else. I could hear the wind starting to pick up outside again, the low whistle of it echoing through the trees. But it wasn't just the wind. I could hear something else now, something faint but unmistakable. A tapping. A slow, rhythmic tapping coming from the floor above me. My heart stopped. The sound wasn't coming from the walls this time. It was coming from above, from the very top of the tower. I froze. The knocking had started again, but this time it was louder, closer. And this time, it wasn't just on the walls. It was as if something, or someone, was walking above me, tapping on the metal floors as it made its way down. I gripped the edge of the table, my knuckles white. I didn't know what it was. I didn't know who it was, but I wasn't going up there. The clock ticked away the minutes. I stared at it, counting down the time. It felt like hours passed. The knocking stopped. I let out a breath I hadn't realized I was holding. It was quiet again. The kind of silence that feels louder than any noise. But just as I thought it was over, I heard something else. A voice. A deep, guttural sound. It was muffled, distant, but unmistakable. "Kyle?" My blood ran cold. The voice came from above, the same direction the knocking had come from. The wind howled again, louder than before. But it wasn't the wind. It was something else, something that made my stomach churn. "Kyle." The voice was closer now. It was speaking my name. My heart raced. I couldn't breathe. I wanted to scream, to run, to do anything but stay here. But I remembered the rules. Do not engage with any voice you hear calling your name. But it was too late. I had already heard it. The darkness outside felt heavier now, as if the very air was thickening with something I couldn't name. I hadn't slept in hours, my mind buzzing with every creak of the cabin and every whisper of the wind. The knocking had stopped, but the presence I felt outside, on the ridge, lingered. The voice from above still echoed in my mind, taunting me, and I couldn't shake the feeling that it was waiting for me to break, to give in. I kept thinking about rule number 3. Never look out over the ridge at midnight. It was just a rule, right? A silly, superstitious warning meant to keep us safe. At least that's what I'd told myself when they handed me the guidebook. But now it felt like something more. It felt like a warning, not just from the park, but from something older, something more dangerous. My eyes kept drifting toward the window, where the ridge sat just beyond the cabin, cloaked in shadow. I didn't want to look. I didn't want to give in to that overwhelming pull, the sense that if I just looked for 1 second, I would see something that would haunt me forever. I had no reason to believe anything was out there. Nothing was ever really out there, right? It was just the woods, just the wind, the trees, the way the darkness could play tricks on you. But there it was again, the pull. I couldn't stop staring. The clock ticked on, and the minute hand slowly crawled toward midnight. My breath caught in my throat as the second hand ticked past the final mark, signaling the witching hour. Midnight. I fought the urge to stand up, to make my way to the window. I tried to distract myself. I focused on the dull hum of the radio, the low static that was becoming more of a constant companion than the park manager's voice. But then a flash of light. I froze. At first, I thought it was a trick of the light, some distant reflection of the moon or a beam from a passing plane. But no, there was something out there. It wasn't the moon. It was a pale glow, like a lantern. I could see it clearly through the glass. A soft, unearthly light hovering just above the trees. and it wasn't moving like a normal light should. It stayed there, stationary, hanging above the ridge, casting an unnatural glow across the treetops. I stared at it, mesmerized by the strange luminescence. It felt like I was being drawn into its light, pulled toward it as though it were calling me. Rule number 3, never look out over the ridge at midnight. I had no choice. My hand was already on the window, the glass cold against my skin. I didn't think. I didn't reason. I just pressed my palm against the window and leaned closer, my breath fogging up the glass as I tried to see more clearly. The light was too bright, too powerful. It cast long shadows across the forest floor, making everything below it appear distorted, stretched. And that's when I saw it. A figure. It was standing just outside the glow, a silhouette of something. Not human. Tall, too tall, with arms that stretched far beyond what was natural. The figure didn't move. It just stood there, watching me. Or at least I thought it was watching me. My heart pounded in my chest. I knew I shouldn't be looking. I knew I had broken the rule. But I couldn't tear my eyes away. The figure seemed to sway, but it didn't move closer. It was as though it was waiting for something. And in that moment, I realized that it wasn't the figure that was watching me. It was the ridge, the land itself, as if the ground beneath my feet were alive, observing every movement, every breath. A soft, mocking laugh echoed through my head, the same voice that had called my name earlier. It wasn't outside, it wasn't in the room with me. It was in my mind. "Come closer," the voice whispered. I staggered back, shaking my head violently. No, I couldn't. I had to stay inside. I had to follow the rules. Never leave the cabin after dark. I spun around, my pulse racing, my thoughts in a frenzy. The rules had kept me alive so far. They had to be true, right? This thing, whatever it was, it didn't follow rules. It wanted me to break them. It was trying to make me go outside, to leave the safety of the cabin. I ran to the door, my heart slamming against my ribs. The radio crackled to life again, and for a moment, I thought it was the manager. But this wasn't his voice. This wasn't any human voice. It was the same voice that had called my name earlier, this time with a sense of urgency and hunger. "Kyle." The whisper was softer, almost a purr. It slid through the cracks in the cabin, as though it could slip past the walls and enter my mind. "You have to come. It's almost too late. You won't survive if you stay inside." I staggered back from the door. It was like I was trapped in a nightmare, unable to wake up. Every part of me screamed to open the door, to run. But then I remembered the 5th rule: never trust your own shadow. I turned around quickly, my eyes darting to the floor. There, in the dim light of the cabin, I could see my shadow stretched out across the wooden floor. But it wasn't just my shadow. It was distorted, twisted. The arms were longer, the figure contorted. The outline of my body was off too. It looked like something was standing behind me, mirroring every movement I made. It was impossible. I took a step back, my breath coming in shallow gasps. My shadow didn't move with me. It stayed behind, unmoving, like it was frozen in place. I reached for the flashlight, my hands shaking. The beam of light cut through the darkness, landing on my shadow. But the moment it touched it, the shadow seemed to ripple, like ink in water. It writhed and stretched, then snapped back into its original position, like a rubber band being pulled and released. I wasn't alone. I wasn't just being watched from outside. The entity, the force, it was here with me, inside. I turned back toward the window, but the light from the ridge had disappeared. The forest was black again, swallowed up by the night. It was over. Or was it? The fear gnawed at me, the uncertainty. Something was coming. I needed to follow the rules. But would it be enough to survive the night? The night felt impossibly still. My heartbeat, which had once raced in terror, now pounded with a hollow rhythm in my ears. I couldn't shake the feeling that something was closing in, something ancient and unfathomable that was just beyond my reach. I couldn't tell if it was outside the cabin or if it had already crept in, surrounding me like an invisible fog. I gripped the flashlight tighter, my fingers white-knuckling the cold metal, the beam flickering every now and then, as though even the light itself was scared. My shadow still stretched unnaturally across the floor, and every time I moved, it followed, twisting with a life of its own. I could feel the weight of it, like it was pressing against me, as though something was tethered to me, something that wasn't quite me. I couldn't look at it any longer. I forced my gaze back to the walls, the radio still crackling faintly in the background, the unsettling static almost mocking me. I was trapped. I had to follow the rules. But what was I supposed to do when the rules themselves seemed like the things that were keeping me from safety? When the very things I was supposed to rely on were the ones pushing me toward madness? Rule number 1, never leave the cabin after dark. But I had already broken that one. Rule number 2, do not make any sound when you hear knocking on the tower. But the knocking hadn't come back. Not yet, at least. Rule number 3, never look out over the ridge at midnight. I had done that. I had looked, and I had seen something I shouldn't have. Rule number 4, do not engage with any voice you hear calling your name. I had already heard it, and I had fought the urge to answer. Rule number 5, never trust your own shadow. And now my shadow wasn't even my own. I stumbled back, dropping the flashlight in my panic. It rolled across the floor, the beam flickering on the edges of the walls, but I didn't dare bend down to retrieve it. It felt as though if I moved even 1 inch, I would be pulled into the void, consumed by whatever force lurked outside. The radio crackled again. It wasn't the manager. It wasn't a human voice. "Kyle," the voice was back. That same whisper, laced with something cruel, something that made the hairs on the back of my neck stand at attention. It was softer this time, closer. No, not closer. Inside. It had moved past the walls, through the cracks, slithering into the room with me. "Come closer." I slammed my hands over my ears, trying to block it out, but the voice wormed its way deeper, echoing in my skull. The cabin felt smaller now, the walls closing in on me, suffocating me with the pressure of something I couldn't explain. Every inch of the place felt wrong, like it was warping under some unseen force. I couldn't take it anymore. I needed to get out, but I knew what would happen if I opened the door. If I stepped outside into the wilderness, into the darkness, I'd be lost. That was the lure of it, the voice, the shadows, the pull toward the ridge. But I couldn't stay here either. I couldn't let the shadows swallow me. I picked up the flashlight, forcing myself to calm down. The beam was steady now, the light pushing against the darkness. The sound of my breathing seemed too loud, too desperate in the silence, but I forced myself to move toward the back window. Outside, everything was still. The ridge was silent, the trees swaying gently in the wind. But I knew better now. I had seen what was out there, and the things I had seen weren't normal. They weren't just tricks of the light or figments of my tired mind. There was something waiting, something watching. It was almost as if the forest itself was alive, waiting for me to make a mistake. And now, I couldn't tell if the shadow that clung to my heels was me anymore, or if it was something else entirely. I swung open the door cautiously. For a moment, nothing happened. No knocking, no voices, just the rustling of the wind in the trees. But then, I saw it. A shape, faintly visible just beyond the trees, just where the forest began. It was there again, that tall, distorted figure. It stood still, unmoving, watching. It was waiting, and then it moved. Not like a normal person, but with unnatural speed, a jerking, disjointed motion like it was shifting between forms. For a split second, I saw its face, or what should have been its face, but it wasn't human, not by any stretch. Its skin was pale, stretched tight over its skull, and its eyes, God, its eyes, they weren't eyes at all. They were dark, empty sockets, with only a hint of light flickering within them. I couldn't move. My feet were frozen in place, my mind struggling to comprehend what I was seeing. It was like I was caught in a dream, a nightmare I couldn't wake up from. But I had broken the first rule, hadn't I? I was outside. The door was open. I had left the cabin. The figure took another step toward me, and that's when the air around me seemed to shift. It was colder suddenly, the kind of cold that gets into your bones and makes you feel like you're not even alive anymore. It wasn't the wind. It wasn't natural. And then I heard it, more knocking. But this time it wasn't coming from the tower. It was coming from behind me. I whirled around, flashlight trembling in my hand. The knocking came again, louder, closer. Each sound was deliberate, spaced out, as though it was coming from something larger, something that wasn't human. I backed up slowly, keeping my eyes on the figure at the edge of the forest. Its head tilted to one side, the empty sockets locking with mine. The knocking continued, louder now. With every thud, I felt my resolve slipping away, like the force behind the sound was reaching inside me, pulling me apart. I looked down at the floor, at my shadow. It was no longer just a shadow, but had taken shape. It wasn't mine anymore. And then I understood. The shadow wasn't following me. It was leading me. And the worst part? It wanted me to go toward the knocking. Lily and Mark, newlyweds with a shared love of hiking and nature, had long dreamed of a honeymoon surrounded by towering trees and crisp mountain air. So when they stumbled upon the Airbnb listing for a refurbished fire lookout in the Ozarks, it felt like fate. The listing, titled Enchanted Lookout, promised seclusion, stunning panoramic views, and, most importantly, a place to escape the hustle of modern life. The price was a steal, too good to resist, and they quickly booked the place, eager for an adventure. When they arrived, the forest was exactly as they had imagined, dense and alive with the sound of rustling leaves, chirping birds, and the distant calls of unseen creatures. The tower itself was perched on a small, craggy ridge, far from the nearest town or any sign of civilization. It was a rustic structure, with a small, cozy cabin attached to the base of the tower. The view from the top was breathtaking, offering a wide expanse of trees stretching as far as the eye could see. The host, an elderly woman named Agnes, greeted them with a warm but slightly unnerving smile. She showed them around the cabin, pointing out the various amenities and giving them a small, weathered book filled with rules for their stay. For your safety and the integrity of the forest, she said in a slow, deliberate tone, these rules may seem strange, but trust me, they're necessary. Lily and Mark exchanged glances, their excitement for the trip outweighing any sense of unease. The rules, Agnes explained, were simple but vital. Respect the silence. Keep noise to a minimum, especially at night. The forest is sacred, and loud sounds disturb its balance. Stay within boundaries. Do not venture beyond the marked trails. The wilderness is unpredictable, and there are places better left undisturbed. No fires after dusk. Extinguish all fires by sunset. The flames attract unwanted attention. Avoid the eastern ridge. The ridge is sacred ground. Trespassing is forbidden and will not end well. Never. Gaze at midnight. If you wake up at midnight, keep your eyes closed until dawn. Trust me, you'll understand when the time comes. Lily chuckled, brushing off the oddities of the rules. A little superstitious, huh? She murmured, but Agnes only smiled tightly, nodding. Just follow the rules, dear. It's for your own good. With that, Agnes left them to enjoy their stay, and Lily and Mark went to explore their new surroundings. The forest with its towering pines and thick underbrush felt like a different world, untouched and ancient. The air was thick with the scent of damp earth and pine needles, and the ground was soft beneath their boots. As the sun dipped low on the horizon, the temperature dropped, and a quiet chill filled the air. They retreated back to the lookout cabin, where Mark started a small fire in the hearth. They made dinner, talked about their life together, and reveled in the tranquility of their surroundings. However, as night descended fully, the peacefulness of the forest began to feel strangely suffocating. The sounds of the animals grew quieter, and the wind picked up, rustling the trees with an eerie intensity. Lily felt a shiver creep down her spine as she glanced at the dark silhouette of the tower, stretching into the night sky. Sitting by the fire, Mark seemed unfazed, but Lily couldn't shake the feeling that they weren't alone. "Do you feel that?" she asked, her voice hushed. Mark looked at her quizzically. "Feel what?" "The presence," she whispered. "Like we're being watched." Mark laughed, dismissing her unease. "It's just your imagination, hon. It's so quiet out here. You're just not used to it." But Lily couldn't shake the feeling. Something about the stillness felt off, as if the entire forest was holding its breath. It wasn't long before the wind died down, leaving the forest in an unnerving silence. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Mark froze, his smile fading. "Did you hear that?" Lily nodded, her heart pounding. She opened her mouth to speak but stopped herself. "It sounded like it came from the door," she whispered. A second knock came, louder this time. "Who's there?" Mark called out, standing up cautiously. No answer. Lily's hand instinctively reached for the small, leather-bound book Agnes had given them, the one filled with rules. As she flipped it open, she saw that the first rule was staring back at her, bold and clear: respect the silence. Lily felt a sinking feeling in her stomach. She closed the book and stood up. "We need to follow the rules," she said, her voice trembling. Mark hesitated. "But there's someone out there." Another knock, followed by the sound of something scraping against the door. "That's not normal," Mark muttered, his voice low. The silence that followed was suffocating. The knocking stopped, but Lily could feel the presence at the door. Something was out there, waiting, listening. They both knew the rules had to be followed, but as the minutes stretched on, it felt like the forest itself was waiting for them to break the silence. The cabin was silent now, save for the occasional crackle of the fire. But that silence was heavy, pregnant with tension. Lily sat on the edge of the couch, her fingers gripping the fabric of her hoodie as she tried to ignore the cold dread creeping into her chest. The knock had come once more, followed by that deep, guttural scrape against the door, a sound that wasn't natural. Her heartbeat thudded in her ears as she glanced at Mark, who was still staring at the door. "I don't think I can take much more of this," Mark muttered, his voice a strained whisper. He paced back and forth across the room, unable to sit still for long. His boots echoed on the wooden floorboards with every step, amplifying the unsettling silence that enveloped them. Lily nodded slowly, though she couldn't bring herself to speak. What had been a quiet, almost serene evening had rapidly transformed into something much darker. The isolation of the lookout tower had taken on a more sinister edge as the knocking continued. She tried to focus on the book she had pulled from the shelf earlier, reading over Rule 3 once again. Never venture past the ridge at midnight. It was almost midnight now. The clock on the wall seemed to tick louder with each passing second. She had no idea what Rule 3 meant. What was waiting beyond the ridge? Was it connected to the knocking? Was it connected to the strange sense that they were not alone? Mark glanced at her, frustration evident on his face. "Are you sure this is the right thing to do? I'm telling you, someone or something is out there. We can't just sit here and wait for it to come inside." Lily felt a chill run down her spine. Her instinct screamed at her not to open the door, to not confront whatever force was lurking just beyond their cabin. She had read the rules, and every fiber of her being told her to trust them. "We have to stay quiet," she said softly. "We can't break the rules, Mark." Her voice trembled with the weight of her own fear. She had been hiking in remote places before, but there had always been a sense of security, the knowledge that she could turn back, that the path would lead to safety. But this was different. The very air felt oppressive, and the sound of the knocking seemed to reverberate in her bones. Mark scoffed, but there was a nervous edge to his laughter. "You really think that's going to work? Just sitting here pretending like nothing's wrong?" Before Lily could respond, the knocking came again. A sharp, insistent rapping on the door. This time, it seemed closer, as if the thing on the other side was pressing itself against the cabin, waiting. Her breath caught in her throat, and she instinctively shrank back. The sound was no longer a mere knock. It was a warning. Mark's eyes darted to the door, and for a moment, Lily thought he might act on his frustration. She could see it in the tension in his shoulders, in the way his hand twitched toward the door handle. But then, a soft murmur escaped his lips, something barely audible, almost as though he was trying to convince himself. "Maybe it's just an animal," he said, though the uncertainty in his voice betrayed him. Lily didn't believe it. She had spent enough time in the woods to know the difference between an animal's sounds and something else entirely. This wasn't natural. Whatever was out there wasn't behaving like anything she had encountered before. The knock came again, but this time it was louder, almost urgent. Lily's pulse quickened as she stood up, her legs shaking beneath her. "We can't ignore it anymore. We need to do what the rules say," she urged, her voice quivering. "We need to stay silent." Mark shook his head in disbelief. "You're not seriously suggesting we just stay quiet and hope this goes away, are you? I'm not going to let something get the best of us." He turned to face the door, determination in his eyes. Lily's heart sank. She knew exactly what was coming. She had read the rules, and the one thing they all had in common was clear: never engage. But Mark was already walking toward the door, his hand gripping the knob. There was no stopping him now. Lily rushed forward, grabbing his arm with a desperate plea. "Mark, please, don't open the door. You don't know what's out there." For a brief moment their eyes locked, and she could see the fear in his eyes. But it was quickly replaced with a steely resolve. "We have to know, Lily. We can't just sit here." He wrenched himself free from her grasp and twisted the doorknob. The door creaked open, and a gust of cold wind howled into the cabin, carrying with it a stench that nearly made her gag. It was thick, rotten, like decay, and it filled the room in an instant. Lily recoiled, but Mark stood firm, his eyes scanning the empty porch. There was nothing there, no figure, no animal, nothing at all. The only sound was the wind rushing through the trees and the distant, unnerving scrape of something against the wooden walls. But then, without warning, a voice, low, guttural, whispered from the shadows just beyond the edge of the porch. "Lily." Her blood froze. The voice, unmistakable in its haunting familiarity, sent a shiver down her spine. It called her name again, a whisper carried by the wind. The sound distorted, unearthly. It was as though something was trying to coax her out into the night. Mark froze, his expression morphing from confusion to fear as he looked at her. "Lily? Did you hear that?" Lily's breath caught in her throat. She didn't respond, didn't dare to speak. The voice. It was wrong. All wrong. It didn't belong to anyone she knew, yet it had called her name. She felt the hairs on the back of her neck stand on end. "I heard it too," she whispered hoarsely, her words barely audible. "I heard it, Mark." The voice called again, but this time it was more insistent, more desperate. "Lily, come outside." She turned toward the door, her eyes wide, her chest tight. Rule 4. She had read the rules. The book said to never engage with any voice calling your name, but it was already too late. The darkness outside seemed to press closer, suffocating them both, and Lily knew deep in her gut that their safety had already been compromised. She just prayed they weren't too far gone to turn back. The night stretched on with a haunting stillness. The fire in the cabin had long since died down, leaving only the cold, dark glow of the moon casting pale shadows across the room. Mark sat by the window now, his gaze fixed on the blackness beyond, his posture tense, like a coiled spring ready to snap. Lily, on the other hand, hadn't moved from the couch. She couldn't bring herself to move. The air was thick with the weight of their silence, and the tension hung between them like a thick fog, making it difficult to breathe. The voice had stopped, but the unease had only grown stronger. The last thing she'd heard before the silence fell was that same whispering voice, softer now, almost like it was saying her name in the distance, but still too close to ignore. It was no longer just an eerie sound, but an omnipresent force, something out there, waiting for them to make the wrong move. "Mark." Lily's voice was trembling, barely audible. "It's almost midnight." He didn't respond immediately. Instead, he turned from the window and their eyes met. There was a sense of resignation in his face, mixed with fear. He knew. He understood now that whatever they were up against was no ordinary force. It wasn't just the isolation of the cabin or the fear of the unknown. It was something ancient, something that didn't care about the rules they had read. The knocking had stopped too, but the air was still electric with anticipation. She couldn't shake the feeling that something was watching them, something just beyond the edge of the darkness. The rules, the warnings, all seemed so distant now, too abstract to matter anymore. But she couldn't forget what they had read. Rule 3. Never venture past the ridge at midnight. Lily shifted uneasily, her eyes darting to the clock. It was nearly time. The moment they had been warned about. The moment they were told to stay inside, past the ridge, the forbidden line in the sand. She couldn't help but wonder, what was so dangerous beyond the ridge at midnight? Was it connected to the voice? Was it something else entirely? Mark pushed himself off the chair abruptly. He didn't look at her as he walked toward the door, his hand steady on the handle. "You're not seriously thinking of going out there, are you?" Lily whispered, the words slipping from her lips before she could stop them. Mark didn't turn to her, but his voice was low, almost defeated. "I don't know what to believe anymore. We need to find out what's really going on out there. We can't just wait for something to happen." Lily stood up quickly, fear spiking through her veins. "Mark, please, don't. You heard the voice. You saw what happened when you opened the door. We have to stay inside. Please." He stopped in his tracks, his hand on the door handle, but he didn't turn to look at her. The silence stretched between them, thick with the weight of the moment. Then finally he spoke. "I don't want to leave you alone, Lily," he said, his voice soft. "But if I don't go out there, if I don't find out what's really going on, we might never leave here. We might never make it out." Lily's breath caught in her throat as she tried to process his words. He was scared. She could see it in the set of his jaw, in the way his shoulders tensed. And yet, he still felt the need to go out there, to test whatever was waiting beyond the ridge. Lily wanted to scream at him to stay, to hold on to the last thread of their safety, but she was frozen in place. She had never felt more powerless in her life. Then, as if the darkness outside had heard his words, the wind picked up. A low howling moan echoed across the ridge, the sound so unnatural that it sent a shiver down her spine. She could feel the air press against her skin, thick and cold. Her heart pounded in her chest, urging her to stop him before it was too late. "Mark," she said, her voice barely above a whisper. "We don't know what's out there. Please, don't go." But it was too late. Mark opened the door, and the moment he did, the temperature dropped drastically. The air outside seemed to pulse with an eerie energy, as if the night itself was alive and watching them. Lily watched in horrified silence as Mark stepped out onto the porch, the door creaking shut behind him. He paused, his form silhouetted against the moonlight for a brief moment, before he turned and walked toward the edge of the ridge, disappearing into the darkness. Lily stood motionless, staring at the spot where he had been just moments before. Every instinct in her screamed for her to go after him, to drag him back into the safety of the cabin. But she didn't move. She couldn't. The air felt like it was pressing in on her from all sides. She turned back to the clock on the wall. The hands were ticking ever closer to midnight. The silence stretched on. The knocking had stopped, but now there was something else. A low, rhythmic thumping that seemed to reverberate from deep within the earth. It was faint at first, but it grew louder, more pronounced. Lily felt her pulse quicken as the ground beneath her feet seemed to tremble, like something massive was moving just beneath the surface. She could hear Mark's footsteps in the distance, but they weren't headed back to the cabin. He was moving farther away. She could feel her pulse racing, panic surging through her veins. This wasn't right. He shouldn't be out there. The ridge was the one place they were specifically told not to go. Was he even still alive? Her breath came in ragged gasps as she pressed herself against the door, listening intently. There was no sign of Mark. The rhythmic thumping grew louder, closer, and Lily felt the blood drain from her face. And then, just as the clock struck midnight, everything went still. The wind, the thumping, the very air around her seemed to hold its breath. Lily's heart hammered in her chest as she reached for the door handle, her hands shaking. Rule 3, she thought in a haze of fear. Never venture past the ridge at midnight. What had happened to Mark? Lily stood by the door, trembling, her mind racing. The eerie stillness outside was broken only by the distant sound of something heavy moving through the underbrush. She didn't know what it was, but the very thought of it sent waves of terror coursing through her veins. Mark was out there, and she could no longer hear his footsteps. Had he made it to the ridge? Was he hurt? The wind had died down, but the night had taken on a new unnerving quality. The shadows seemed deeper, the moonlight too cold. Lily glanced at the clock again, but her eyes didn't focus on the numbers. Her mind couldn't break free from the question, what had happened to Mark? She needed to go out there to search for him, but Rule 3 hung like a noose around her neck. Never venture past the ridge at midnight. Her hand hovered over the door handle, her breath shallow. If she went out there and crossed the ridge, would she be making the same mistake as Mark? Would she be cursed by whatever malevolent force lingered in this forest? And if she stayed inside, would it be too late to save him? The clock ticked. Midnight was long gone now. A sudden creak from behind made Lily spin around. The back door of the cabin, the one that led into the forest, was slowly inching open. She froze, her heart leaping into her throat. The wind was still, so it shouldn't have been moving on its own. Someone or something was out there. Her hands were clammy as she reached for the flashlight on the table. The beam of light cut through the darkness, casting long, eerie shadows across the room. She moved cautiously toward the door, every step measured, every breath shallow. But when she stepped into the entryway, her heart nearly stopped. Mark's figure was standing in the doorway. "Mark!" she whispered, her voice catching in her throat. Her mind screamed at her to run, but she stood frozen, staring at the silhouette that had returned from the woods. His outline was dark, almost indistinguishable from the shadows. But it was him. She could see the outline of his jacket, his boots, his face pale in the weak light. But something was off. He wasn't moving. She stepped forward slowly, her pulse thumping in her ears. "Mark, what happened? Where did you go? Why didn't you come back?" The figure didn't respond. Instead, Mark's body swayed slightly, as though he was caught in the wind. Lily's stomach churned. Something wasn't right. The tension in the room thickened. Then the door creaked again. From behind Mark, the shadows seemed to move, slither almost, like something alive, and they swept toward her, engulfing her vision. Her mind screamed, but her body refused to obey. Her feet were rooted to the ground, unable to step back, as a low, guttural growl rumbled through the space. It didn't come from Mark, but from behind him, from deep within the forest that had swallowed him. Suddenly, Mark's body lurched forward, collapsing in the doorway, his face now visible. His eyes were wide, empty, and devoid of life. There was no warmth in them, no recognition. "Lily!" The voice wasn't Mark's. It was distorted, twisted, as though it was someone or something mimicking him. The shadows enveloped her. The growl grew louder, more frantic. Her flashlight flickered, casting the briefest light on the thing that was standing just beyond the threshold. Lily screamed and stumbled backward, her hand landing on the door handle. She bolted into the cabin, locking it behind her. Her breath was ragged, every nerve on fire. She could still hear the growling, the whispers of Mark's name. But it wasn't him anymore. Whatever was outside was mimicking his voice. She spun around, searching for anything, any way to escape. She had read about things like this before. Shapeshifters, creatures that lived in the darkest corners of the world, stealing the faces of those they killed. Rule 4, never trust anything calling your name. But Mark had been calling her name. She had trusted him. She had ignored the warning in the past, and now she had to face the consequences. The knocking started again, this time at the windows. Tap, tap, tap. Loud enough to be heard over her racing heartbeat. Something was on the other side, trying to get in. But Lily couldn't look. She couldn't let her curiosity take hold. She had to survive. She had to trust the rules. She couldn't trust Mark. Lily collapsed against the far wall, gasping for air, her mind reeling. Her eyes darted toward the door, her hands still on the lock. She could hear the growling, closer now, still from outside, still behind the window, but now it seemed to echo around her, as if the darkness had completely surrounded the cabin. She thought she could hear the whispers of her own name again, coming from everywhere. Her eyes flickered toward Mark's still form, now lying motionless on the floor. His eyes were wide, bloodshot, unblinking. His body was completely still, and she was frozen, staring at him, unable to move. It was impossible to tear her gaze away. Her chest tightened in fear. Rule 5. Never trust your own shadow. Her shadow. She had forgotten. In the chaos, in the terror, she had neglected the one thing that could give her an advantage in this madness. The shadow on the wall moved. It wasn't her own. Lily's breath hitched, her heart hammering against her ribcage. Slowly, as though paralyzed, she turned her head. There it was, the shadow moving with a life of its own, expanding across the cabin floor. It crept toward her, a dark, unnatural form that mimicked her every movement but distorted it, stretching impossibly far. She tried to scream, but no sound escaped. The shadow began to coil, rising like a serpent, its edges jagged and unpredictable. The creature outside was now at the door. She could hear its breath, ragged, as it scratched at the walls. The whispering came closer, as if the very air around her was closing in. Lily's legs finally obeyed her. She turned, ran toward the back window, her hands frantically searching for an escape. She shoved open the latch and slipped outside, the moonlight cold against her skin. She didn't look back. She heard the sound of footsteps behind her, and then a voice, Mark's voice, whispering her name from the darkness. Lily. But Lily didn't stop running. She ran into the night, never looking back. Ryan had grown up in the shadow of the cabin, a place as old as his family. For generations, it had stood alone at the edge of the forest, an isolated structure with an air of mystery about it. The cabin wasn't just a retreat, it was a sanctuary and a battleground, a place where legends took shape and nightmares became real. Ryan's father had been the first to teach him about the Skinwalkers. He had spoken of them in hushed tones, as though even saying their name could summon them. As a child, Ryan hadn't understood the weight of his father's warnings, but as he grew older, the truth became undeniable. His father's stories weren't simply old folklore. They were survival manuals. Ryan had witnessed things no child should ever see. The shadow of a wolf-like creature moving unnaturally fast through the trees. The distant howls that echoed in his nightmares, and the scratches on the cabin door that would appear overnight, sharp as claws. The lessons his father taught him were brutal but necessary. The Skinwalker, or Yinald-Lushi, as it was known in Navajo folklore, was a witch capable of taking the form of any animal, or even human, to manipulate and hunt its prey. They were cunning, merciless, and relentless, and the most dangerous ones were the ones that had learned to toy with their victims before striking. Now, as Ryan stood at the door of the same cabin, the eerie chill of the woods surrounding him, he couldn't help but feel the weight of his father's absence. His father had died many years ago, leaving Ryan with the heavy burden of knowledge. He was the protector now, the one who understood the dark forces lurking in the woods. But Ryan couldn't protect everyone. Mark and Lily had come for a weekend getaway, blissfully unaware of the horrors that lay in wait. They were here to escape the pressures of their busy lives, not to face an ancient evil that had stalked Ryan's family for decades. Ryan had tried to warn them, tried to prepare them, but as always, the lure of the unknown proved stronger than reason, remembered the horrors it had witnessed. Ryan stood on the porch, eyes scanning the darkening forest. The air was thick with the scent of pine and earth, but there was something else beneath it, something sharper, more acrid, like the tang of iron in the air before a storm. Lily and Mark had settled in for the night, blissfully unaware of the weight that hung in the air. The fire crackled in the hearth, casting flickering shadows across the room. Ryan watched them from the corner of the room, his mind racing through the details of everything he had learned, everything he had survived. The Skinwalker was out there, lurking in the darkness, waiting for its chance. His father's words echoed in his mind. The Skinwalker watches. It studies. It learns. It knows your fears, your desires, and it will use them against you. Do you ever get used to this place? Lily asked, breaking the silence. She had settled into the armchair, a book in her hands, but her eyes kept darting nervously to the window, as though she felt the same unease Ryan did. Ryan shook his head, his voice grim. Number it never gets easier. As the night deepened, the sounds of the forest seemed to grow louder. The wind whistled through the trees, the occasional snap of a branch in the distance sending a jolt of tension through the room. But it wasn't the wind that kept Ryan on edge. It was the silence that followed, a suffocating, unnatural stillness that made his skin crawl. Suddenly, a sharp, scratching noise echoed through the walls of the cabin. Ryan froze, his body going tense. It was faint at first, almost like the sound of an animal's claws dragging across the wood, but it was persistent, growing louder with each passing second. Mark looked up from his drink. "What the hell is that?" Ryan's hand instinctively went to the rifle resting by the fireplace. "Stay inside. Don't go near the windows." Lily's face went pale. "Ryan, what's happening?" Before he could answer, the scratching stopped. And then came the growl, low and guttural, the kind of sound that rumbled deep in the chest, like a beast calling from the very depths of the earth. The creature had been watching them, waiting for the right moment to strike. Ryan knew this. He had felt it in the pit of his stomach the moment they arrived. The Skinwalker had marked the cabin years ago, its claw marks etched into the wood of the door, the scratches unmistakable in their pattern. Ryan's father had taught him that the marks were a warning. "You are being hunted." Mark didn't take Ryan seriously at first. "Come on, man. It's just some wild animal. Probably a bear or something." Ryan's face hardened. "Number, it's not. And it's not just one animal. It can be anything." A loud bang echoed from the window. The glass rattled in its frame as something slammed against it, the sound of claws scrabbling at the wood unmistakable. Lily gasped and scrambled back, her hand flying to her mouth in shock. Ryan sprang into action. He slammed the window shut, locking it tight. "Get away from the windows. Now." The creature didn't give up easily. It was testing them, pushing against their defenses. Ryan had seen this before, but it didn't make it any less terrifying. The Skinwalker was playing a game, learning, adapting, and waiting for them to make a mistake. "I need to show you something," Ryan said, his voice low and urgent. He motioned for Mark and Lily to follow him into the small storage room at the back of the cabin. Inside, there were old tools, crates of canned food, and the remnants of past winters. But there was one thing that stood out above all else: a series of old photographs, faded with age. "These are from when I was a kid," Ryan explained, his fingers tracing over the photos. "My father used to take me out here every year. We hunted together, not just for sport, but for survival. These photos, these are the marks the Skinwalker left on the cabin." Lily stepped closer, peering at the images. "What are those?" Ryan's jaw tightened. "Claw marks, scratches from the Skinwalker. It used to torment us, leaving its mark every time it came. It's been coming back for years. It's coming." He had seen it before. The way the air grew thick with tension. The way every sound in the woods seemed to grow distorted. There was a shift in the atmosphere, an unnatural stillness that crept into the cabin. The growling had stopped, but something far worse was creeping in. Silence. The kind of silence that made your skin crawl. Ryan had warned them, but Mark and Lily still couldn't fully comprehend the terror they were facing. They had only heard stories of skinwalkers, but Ryan knew firsthand the horror that lurked beyond the walls of this cabin. "You need to listen," Ryan said, his voice cutting through the tension. "The Skinwalker isn't just a creature. It's a predator. It wants to learn about us, test us, see how we react under pressure." Mark looked at him with confusion. "What do you mean, test us?" Ryan took a deep breath. "It's trying to figure out our weaknesses. It watches us, learns our fears. It can take any form, and it will use that to manipulate us, to confuse us, to make us make mistakes." Suddenly, there was a loud bang on the cabin door, followed by a scratching sound that sent a chill down their spines. Ryan motioned for them to stay silent, his finger to his lips. The cabin door shook again, the creature's claws scraping against the wood, testing its strength. It wanted them to open it. It wanted to see if they were foolish enough to fall for its game. Mark's face was pale, his breathing shallow. "What do we do?" Ryan's eyes darted around the room, assessing their options. There were no easy answers. The cabin wasn't well armed and they were vulnerable. But Ryan had survived this before. His father had taught him well. "Do you remember what I said?" Ryan's voice was firm. "Stay away from the windows. Don't make a sound. And whatever happens, don't go outside. You're safe in here. For now." Lily was trembling, her eyes wide with fear. "But Ryan, what if it gets inside?" Ryan swallowed, his hand gripping the rifle in his lap. "If it gets inside, we'll need to fight. And I'll show you how." As the night pressed on, the scratching continued, growing louder, more frantic. Ryan sat quietly by the fire, his eyes closed, as if trying to center himself. But his mind was elsewhere, back to when he was a child, sitting by the fire in this very cabin, his father beside him, telling stories of the Skinwalker. "There are ways to survive," his father had said. "But you must never underestimate it. It will change its form. It will pretend to be someone you know. Don't fall for it. It can make you believe it's someone you trust." Ryan had learned this lesson the hard way. He could still remember the night they had been trapped in the cabin, his father, gun in hand, whispering for him to stay quiet. A howl had echoed through the woods, and Ryan had instinctively looked out the window. That was when he had seen it, the shape. It had been his mother, or so it seemed. Her face had been distorted, twisted, like it had been stretched too far. She had looked right at Ryan, her eyes wide with something dark, and she had called his name in a voice that was unmistakably hers. Ryan had nearly gone to the door, but his father had stopped him, pulling him back with a firm grip. "Don't listen to it," his father had warned. "It's trying to lure you out. It's not her." Ryan had never seen his father act that way. His face had been pale, his voice shaken. It wasn't until later that Ryan learned the truth. The Skinwalker had been hunting them that night, pretending to be his mother in order to get Ryan to open the door. They had survived only because his father had known how to resist the creature's tricks. Ryan's mind snapped back to the present. He glanced at Mark and Lily, who were sitting stiffly in the corner, still processing what he had told them. They had no idea how close they were to the edge. The Skinwalker wasn't just a creature that wanted to kill. It wanted to test them, to break them, to see how far it could push them before they made a fatal mistake. "Ryan," Lily whispered, her voice trembling. "What if it's already inside?" Ryan froze. His heart skipped a beat. The silence was unbearable now, and the weight of the question hung in the air. Was it already inside? Ryan knew the Skinwalker could enter the cabin in more ways than one. If it were to break in, it wouldn't just attack. It would play with them, twisting their fears into something unrecognizable. And that's what made it so dangerous. It wasn't just the strength of the creature. It was its intelligence. He needed to prepare them. "There are 3 things you need to know," Ryan said, his voice steady. 1, do not trust anything you see or hear. It will try to deceive you. 2, it can use its shape-shifting to get close. If you see something that shouldn't be there, don't approach it. He paused, letting the words sink in. And 3, fire is our best defense. If we have to fight, we use fire. Mark and Lily exchanged nervous glances, but they nodded. They had no choice but to trust Ryan, even if they didn't fully understand the gravity of the situation. Ryan rose from his seat and moved to the fireplace. He began rummaging through the supplies, finding anything he could use. He grabbed a few old rags and a bottle of alcohol from the shelf. "We're going to make some makeshift Molotovs," he said, holding up the bottle. "If it comes to that, we'll use these to drive it back." As he worked, Ryan couldn't help but feel the weight of the past pressing down on him. This wasn't just a fight for survival. It was a battle to keep the legacy of his family intact. His father's teachings, the lessons learned through blood and fear, they were all he had left. And now they would need them more than ever. The wind outside howled as the creature circled the cabin. Ryan stood by the window watching through the cracks in the boarded-up walls, his breath shallow and his heart pounding in his chest. The Skinwalker was out there, but it wasn't just stalking. It was waiting for them to make the next move. and Ryan knew all too well that it was learning, adapting, studying their every move. Mark was pacing, his face pale and eyes wide with panic. "It's getting worse, Ryan. What do we do?" Ryan's voice was low, firm. "We wait. We don't let it know we're afraid. We wait for the right moment." Lily, sitting on the floor with her arms wrapped around her knees, looked up at Ryan. "But it's been hours. What if it's already inside?" Ryan swallowed hard, his mind racing. They had done everything right so far, barred the windows, blocked the doors, and kept quiet. The Skinwalker was testing them, but it hadn't come through. Not yet. But he knew they couldn't last forever in the cabin. They had to escape. But what they didn't know was that their plan to flee would be more complicated than they realized. "We have to leave," Ryan said abruptly, his voice filled with resolve. "We've waited too long. We're not safe here anymore. We need to run." Mark looked at him with disbelief. "Leave? Out there? Are you crazy?" Ryan's jaw tightened. He'd seen what the Skinwalker was capable of. It had been toying with them, yes, but it was also testing them, pushing them toward a breaking point. He had no intention of letting that happen, but what was coming now, what he was about to ask them to do, was something even he had never faced before. "There's no time to argue," Ryan insisted. "We're closer to the truck now. We get there, we make a run for it, and we'll head back to civilization." But the moment Ryan opened the door and stepped into the darkness, his heart sank. The truck was sitting at the edge of the clearing, just beyond the cabin, but it was no longer their salvation. Its tires had been slashed. The front end was dented, and the engine hood was cracked open as though something had pried it apart. It was useless, and their phones, useless in the wilderness, were now their only connection to the outside world. Ryan's stomach dropped. It was a deliberate move by the Skinwalker, severing their only means of escape. "This can't be happening," Mark muttered, his voice cracking with panic. Ryan ran a hand through his hair, his mind racing. He knew they weren't safe. The Skinwalker could still be watching them, but the only real option they had now was to walk, and even that was fraught with danger. "There's no way around it," Ryan said, voice tight. "The truck needs a tow. It'll take days to get any help, and we're too far out. We can't afford to wait." Lily's eyes were wide with fear, but there was no time to indulge in that fear. They had to think, and think fast. "We're the same distance away if we hike by foot," Ryan continued, "and the creature's too clever to let us just slip away. Our only chance is to make it to the nearest ranger station, and we'll have to do that on foot." Mark's face drained of color. "We'll be dead before we get halfway there." Ryan grabbed him by the shoulders, his grip firm. "Not if we stay smart, not if we don't give it what it wants." Lily glanced nervously at the tree line. "How do we fight something like that?" "We can't fight it," Ryan said softly, "but we can survive it. Stick together. Follow my lead. And don't let it break you." They set out, the air growing colder as they left the cabin behind. The woods stretched before them like a vast, silent maze, the trees standing like sentinels in the dark. Every step felt heavier than the last as the weight of the situation began to sink in. Ryan led the way, rifle in hand, his senses alert. Behind him, Mark and Lily struggled to keep up, but Ryan could hear the nervous shuffle of their feet, the crackling of branches beneath their weight. It was too quiet. The silence in the forest was suffocating. The usual sounds of nocturnal creatures were absent, as though everything was holding its breath. But Ryan knew the truth. They weren't alone. Then, there was a snap. Ryan's heart skipped a beat as a shadow darted across his path. His pulse quickened. He didn't look back but knew they weren't alone anymore. The Skinwalker was close, stalking them, waiting for them to make a mistake. "It's not far to the ridge," Ryan muttered. "Once we're there, we'll have a better chance of seeing what we're dealing with." Mark let out a strained laugh. "What exactly are we dealing with, Ryan?" Ryan's eyes narrowed as he kept moving forward. We're dealing with something smarter than we are. It knows what we're capable of, and it wants us to fail. It's testing us. Lily's breath hitched. Testing us how? Ryan didn't answer right away, his gaze scanning the dark woods around them. It was hard to pinpoint the Skinwalker's exact location now. He could feel it, though, a subtle shift in the air, the feeling that something was out there, watching, listening. Then, without warning, a figure darted out of the trees ahead of them. A man, or something that looked like a man. But there was something wrong with the way it moved. Its limbs were elongated, twisted. And its eyes, those yellow eyes, pierced the night like twin lanterns. Ryan raised the rifle, but the Skinwalker vanished into the darkness before he could fire. We're not getting away from it, Ryan whispered to himself. It was too clever, too fast. They were still trapped. As the night dragged on, Ryan led Mark and Lily through the dense forest. The moon was just a sliver in the sky, casting little light, and every creaking branch and rustling leaf seemed to carry the weight of their fear. The Skinwalker was toying with them, staying out of sight, waiting for the right moment to strike. But what they didn't know was that the creature had already decided how it would end. It wasn't just chasing them, it was setting them up for a final confrontation. They reached the ridge, and Ryan looked out over the valley below. They weren't far from the ranger station, but every step they took toward it seemed to grow more difficult. Mark was barely holding it together. Ryan, we can't outrun it. We're not going to make it. We have to try, Ryan replied, trying to steady his breath. He kept the rifle aimed outward, eyes scanning the trees for any sign of movement. But it wasn't movement that caught his attention first. It was the sound. A soft, mocking laugh echoed through the trees. It was a human laugh, but wrong, distorted, like it was trying to mimic the sound, but failing. The Skinwalker was playing with them, and then it stepped out from the shadows. For the first time, Ryan saw it fully. Its human form was barely recognizable. The skin was stretched tight, almost translucent, and it wore the face of a man, but it wasn't quite right. The skin warped and rippled, and its eyes gleamed in the dark. It was waiting. Ryan steadied himself, the rifle trembling in his hands. He hadn't prepared for this intelligence, this trickery. The creature knew exactly what it was doing. It wasn't hunting them out of hunger. It was hunting them to see if they could survive. And in the distance, just beyond the trees, Ryan saw the thing that terrified him most. The way it stood there, unblinking, waiting for them to make a mistake. It wasn't just a creature anymore. It was a force. Ryan grabbed Mark and Lily by the arms. We're not fighting it. We're running. The Skinwalker's laugh echoed one last time. Ethan Monroe had been hiking for hours, his boots crunching against the dense undergrowth. His pack was heavier than usual, weighed down by supplies for an extended stay in the wilderness. A rifle rested comfortably against his back, and a pouch of white ash, an old Navajo remedy, hung at his belt. The forest stretched before him like a living, breathing entity, the trees towering above, their gnarled branches twisting toward the sky in an ancient dance. Ethan felt both a thrill and a sense of dread in these woods. This place wasn't like other forests. Something dark lingered beneath the surface. As the sun dipped low behind the mountains, casting a soft golden light across the landscape, Ethan recalled the rumors he had heard from fellow hikers on the trail. They spoke in hushed tones of missing people, hikers who ventured too deep into these woods, only to vanish without a trace. The local ranger had warned him, too, about strange things happening beyond a certain point. The land has a memory, he had said cryptically. Some things shouldn't be disturbed. Ethan had brushed it off as superstition, the typical folklore that came with any place so isolated. But now, as the evening wore on, he couldn't shake the feeling that something was different about these woods. The hairs on the back of his neck prickled as a cold wind swept through the trees. The forest seemed to come alive, its silence stretching longer than it should. Ethan quickened his pace, not out of fear, but out of instinct. There was a warning in the air, one he had learned to listen to after years of hiking in remote areas. The woods weren't just quiet, they were holding their breath, waiting. The path twisted around an old, dilapidated ranger's cabin, its windows boarded up and its roof sagging with neglect. Graffiti marred the wooden walls, but it wasn't the usual spray-painted tags. No, these were symbols, circles and jagged lines, some of which Ethan recognized from his research on Native American folklore. He paused for a moment, kneeling to examine the markings. There were symbols of warning, ancient, primal, and strangely familiar. Skinwalker symbols. His heart skipped a beat. Could it be? Had someone else come here, seeking answers, just like him? Or worse, had they been marked by something malevolent, something that knew they were trespassing? Shaking off the unease, Ethan pressed on. The trail ahead was rougher, the trees growing denser, their trunks thicker and older. As the last of the daylight waned, he found his campsite, a small clearing nestled between two large boulders. The sun was just a faint memory in the sky as the darkness of the forest swallowed the light. Ethan unpacked his gear, his movements precise and methodical. The fire pit was surrounded by rocks, and as he struck the match to light the fire, he felt the weight of the silence again. This time it felt different, heavy, almost oppressive. He took a deep breath, steeling himself against the unease that crept up his spine. Tonight, he would face the skinwalker that haunted these woods. He had been tracking it for months, following every clue, every whisper of its existence. Tonight, he would end it. But as the first crackling flames flickered to life, the forest around him seemed to close in, the shadows growing longer and deeper, and Ethan's grip on his rifle tightened. Night fell swiftly, and the forest seemed to change with it. The trees, now mere silhouettes against the darkened sky, stretched toward the heavens like ancient sentinels. Ethan sat by his fire, his eyes scanning the edges of the clearing. The crackling of the flames was the only sound that broke the oppressive silence. The air felt thick, as if the forest itself were holding its breath, watching him. The first few hours passed uneventfully. The wind stirred the trees, sending the occasional rustle of leaves through the air, but nothing out of the ordinary. Ethan allowed himself to relax, just for a moment, allowing his muscles to unclench from their constant state of alert. He took a swig from his canteen, wiped his brow, and looked up at the dark sky. Stars dotted the expanse, their pinpricks of light the only reminders that there was a world beyond these woods. Then the silence returned. At first it was subtle, a stillness that blanketed the forest, the kind that made every small sound stand out. A bird call, distant but sharp, the shuffle of small creatures in the underbrush, the distant creak of tree branches swaying in the wind. But then, something else. A faint rustle, so quiet it was barely perceptible, just beyond the reach of the firelight. Ethan's breath caught in his chest. He had heard this before. Not here, not in this place, but in the deserts of New Mexico, deep in the heart of Navajo territory. He had been warned about skinwalkers, the shape-shifting creatures that preyed on fear. They could mimic the voices of loved ones, the sounds of the forest, even the wind. Their very presence distorted reality, making it impossible to tell where the danger truly lay. The rustling grew louder, closer. Ethan didn't move. His hand hovered near the pouch of white ash at his side, the old remedy meant to weaken the skinwalker. He had never used it before, but he knew that tonight would be different. A twig snapped in the distance, followed by the unmistakable sound of something or someone shifting in the underbrush. Ethan's pulse quickened. He could feel the weight of the presence just outside the firelight, like eyes watching him from the shadows. He held his breath, listening. Every nerve in his body screamed for him to act, to get up, to run. But he didn't, not yet. The first night, he knew, was always a test, a warning. Suddenly the air around him grew colder, and a low growl rumbled from the darkness. It wasn't the growl of a wolf or a bear. It was deeper, more guttural, like the sound of something unnatural. The fire flickered, casting long, twisting shadows across the trees. Ethan didn't blink, didn't move. His mind raced, calculating every possible scenario, every possible action. He thought of his first encounter with a skinwalker, how he had run, how he had barely escaped with his life. Not this time. He had come prepared. Another snap of a twig, closer this time. Then the whisper. Ethan. His blood ran cold. The voice was unmistakable. It was his own voice, speaking his name, soft and slow, as if it were luring him out into the darkness. His pulse raced as the wind shifted, carrying the voice with it. Ethan. The words were closer now, and Ethan could hear the unnatural quality to them. The voice was wrong, distorted, as if the air itself had twisted it. He gripped his rifle tightly, eyes trained on the darkness just beyond the reach of the fire. Come closer. Ethan's breath hitched. He knew better than to listen. He knew what the Skinwalker was doing. It was trying to draw him in, to make him step into the shadows where it could strike. His pulse hammered in his ears, but he stayed still, his eyes never leaving the darkened edge of the clearing. Come closer, Ethan, the voice repeated, each time more desperate, more distorted. The figure was out there, just beyond the firelight, waiting for him to make a mistake. The hairs on the back of his neck stood up, and a primal instinct told him to flee, but he knew better. He had to stay calm. He had to outlast the night. A low scraping sound, nails against bark, shivered through the air. The creature was marking the trees. Ethan had seen this before. The Skinwalker would leave its mark on the land, claiming it as its own. The wind picked up, and the whispering ceased. The figure withdrew, but Ethan knew it hadn't gone far. Not yet. Not tonight. The first night was always a warning, but it was only the beginning. Ethan lay awake in his sleeping bag, staring at the canopy of trees above. The fire had long since burned down to embers, the glow faint but still holding back the darkness that pressed in from all sides. The cold was creeping in now, biting at his skin, and the night air smelled of damp earth and pine. But it wasn't just the chill in the air that made him uneasy. The forest was wrong. The silence hung over the clearing like a thick veil, suffocating, broken only by the distant hoot of an owl or the rustling of leaves far off. Even the wind, which had earlier picked up and kicked up the embers, had stilled completely. Then it came again. Ethan. The whisper was soft at first, like a breeze passing through the trees. But this time, it was different. It wasn't just the air around him. The voice was coming from within the woods, close to the edge of his camp. Closer than before. His heartbeat quickened as he gripped his rifle tighter, his fingers now slick with sweat despite the cold. His breath caught in his throat as the voice called again, low and insistent. Ethan! It wasn't his own voice this time. No, this was a sound much deeper, more guttural, the voice of something other. The wind shifted again, but it was strange, twisting through the trees with an unnatural pull, like it was guiding the sound to him. The whisper wasn't just speaking his name now. It was drawing him in, like a moth to a flame. With every repetition of his name, his stomach churned. He knew this trick. The Skinwalker, the creature of Navajo legend, could mimic voices. It could twist and contort its shape to imitate anyone, friends, family, or even the very winds themselves. Ethan had read every legend, every encounter, every detail about these creatures. He knew they fed on fear, that they tormented their prey psychologically before striking. And tonight, it was toying with him. Ethan... He sat up, reaching for the pouch of white ash at his side. His fingers brushed against it, then hesitated. The legend said the ash could ward off the Skinwalker, that it could weaken it if used correctly. But the creature was cunning. It wasn't enough to just throw the ash. The timing had to be perfect. And there was a part of him, a deep-rooted instinct, that told him to wait. To wait for the moment when it revealed itself. The whispering stopped. In its place, Ethan heard something else. A rustle. A footstep. No, too soft. Too deliberate. Something was moving in the darkness just beyond the reach of the dying firelight. A slow, deliberate crawl through the underbrush. It wasn't the sound of a forest animal. This was something that walked on two legs. His pulse quickened as he scanned the trees. Nothing. Just shadows. Then, eyes. 2 points of light flashed through the darkness, reflected by the fire. They were too high, too wide. And the shape was... wrong. His mind raced back to his first encounter with a Skinwalker. The unnatural shape of it. The way it lurked in the shadows. The way it had imitated voices to lure him in. He had fled. But he wasn't going to make that mistake again. Not tonight. The eyes blinked. Slowly, unnervingly so. The figure moved forward, a slithering motion, its form still hidden in the dark. Ethan's hand shook as it reached for his rifle, but he didn't make a sound. He just watched, knowing that any movement could be his last. Then, the whispering returned, but this time it was more than just his name. The words were twisted, broken, like the creature was trying to speak in a language that didn't belong to it. A chant, perhaps, or some sort of incantation. The voice shifted between human and something far darker, but it wasn't clear enough to make sense of. Ethan, they're coming for you. The words were sharp, as if the Skinwalker had somehow learned his deepest fears. The chill ran deeper than just the cold night air now. The figure stepped closer, the eyes still fixed on him. Then, as if mocking him, the creature spoke again, its voice warped and unnatural. Come, closer. Ethan held his breath, not daring to move. The wind picked up again, but it wasn't the wind. It was the creature moving, creeping closer, letting the forest carry its voice like a ghost. For a split second, he almost thought he saw something. A glimpse of a silhouette just beyond the firelight. A long, thin arm extending toward him, its fingers stretching in an almost impossible angle. His body screamed to run, but he stayed rooted in place, knowing that this was only the beginning. The night stretched on, hours seeming to blur together as Ethan lay in his tent, his mind on edge. The air was colder now, the sounds of the forest more unnerving. The whispering had faded, but the creature had not left. Ethan could feel it lingering, its presence oppressive, like a shadow waiting for its moment to pounce. The minutes felt like hours, the clock in his mind ticking slower with each passing second. Despite his best efforts, he couldn't sleep. The darkness outside his tent was alive, suffocating, crawling with an energy he couldn't shake. Every sound, every creak, every rustle of the leaves seemed to carry the weight of the creature's watching eyes. The first sign of it came at dawn. Ethan awoke with a start, his rifle still in his grasp, but it was the scratching noise that made his heart race. The unmistakable sound of claws dragging across bark. Slowly, cautiously, he unzipped the tent, his eyes scanning the surrounding area. The forest was eerily still. Then he saw it. On the nearest tree, just beyond the edge of the clearing, were fresh marks. Long, jagged gouges scraped into the bark, a symbol, just like the one he had seen near the abandoned ranger cabin. It was a warning. But a warning of what? The Skinwalker's territory? Its claim on the land? Ethan's throat tightened. He wasn't alone in these woods. Not anymore. Suddenly the wind shifted, carrying a whisper again. This time it wasn't just his name. "It's too late," the voice hissed. Ethan's pulse raced as he scanned the shadows. The figure wasn't there, not physically, but it was here, close enough to touch. The scratching at the trees continued, and then the whisper grew louder, almost like laughter. Too late. Too late. Ethan didn't need any more warnings. He grabbed his pack, his rifle, and moved quickly, eyes darting around as he made his way to the edge of the forest. The Skinwalker had marked this place. It was coming, and this time he would be ready. The forest felt suffocating now. Ethan's every step was weighed down by an invisible presence, like something was stalking him from just beyond the trees. His eyes flicked to every shadow, every gust of wind, every rustle of leaves. Nothing escaped his notice. He had been a tracker for years, and his instincts told him something was off. The air tasted like static, like a storm was about to break, but it never did. The sun was beginning to set again, casting long, skeletal shadows across the underbrush. Ethan had made it a few miles deeper into the park, moving at a pace that bordered on reckless. The path seemed familiar, but now felt foreign, as if the forest was subtly shifting around him. The markings on the trees had been growing more frequent, and the feeling of being watched had only intensified. His thoughts returned to the encounter earlier that morning. The scratches on the trees, those were unmistakably signs of a skinwalker's presence. It was marking its territory, creating its own path, something primal. The creature was drawing closer, not to kill immediately, but to play with him first. It wanted him to be afraid. By the time the sun dipped below the horizon, Ethan had set up camp again. His fire was small, but it was enough to keep the shadows at bay. He felt vulnerable, but he wasn't about to go back. The only way out was through. He knew what he had to do. He thought back to the stories, the ones about how skinwalkers would play tricks on their prey. They weren't just mindless hunters. No, they were intelligent, devious. They knew how to use the forest to their advantage. It could be one thing during the day, but once the night fell, it was something else entirely. The wind shifted, and with it came the smell, a sharp, acrid odor, like something decaying. Ethan's stomach turned. His eyes darted to the trees once again, searching for any sign of movement. But there was nothing, just the unnatural quiet. Then the whispers came again. This time they weren't just calling his name. The voices were distorted, layered over one another, overlapping like a chorus of many. They whispered his deepest fears, things only he knew about himself, failures, regrets, ghosts of the past that had been buried for too long. The Skinwalker had found a way to tap into his mind. "Ethan." The voice was soft, almost soothing. "Come closer. I won't hurt you." "Not yet." Ethan's hand gripped the rifle tighter, but he didn't respond. He wasn't going to make the same mistake again. The whispers continued, growing louder, echoing from all directions. He could hear the sound of twigs snapping underfoot, a low growl that seemed to reverberate from the darkness itself. Then, something moved in the distance. A shadow flickered between the trees, just out of sight, but he saw it. Just a brief glimpse, a tall, gaunt figure, too long-limbed and hunched in a way that made his blood run cold. It had been watching him, waiting for him to react. But Ethan didn't flinch. His fingers moved to the pouch of white ash at his side, and he scattered it in a wide arc around his camp, creating a boundary. He'd read about this, how the ash could weaken the creature. But the legends were never clear on how long it lasted or how much was needed. What he knew was that it had worked before for others who had faced the Skinwalker, but it was no guarantee. As the fire crackled and popped, the shadows in the trees began to move again, slowly, deliberate, shifting with the wind. Ethan held his breath, watching. Every instinct told him to run, to flee. But he couldn't. Not now. He'd come too far, and he would face this thing on his terms, or not at all. Then the voices came again, clearer this time, sharper. "We know you. We know what you fear." Ethan's heart stilled. It wasn't the creature speaking directly anymore. It was something else, something inside his mind. It had taken root in his thoughts, weaving its way through his memories, using his own mind against him. "Your father, he never told you the truth, did he?" The voice hissed. "The truth about what happens when you face one of us." A cold chill ran down Ethan's spine. His father. That name triggered something deep inside him, a memory long buried. His father had warned him about skinwalkers, told him how to survive, but Ethan had never really understood why it was so important. Now, as the whispers swirled around him, he realized that his father's warnings hadn't been about survival. They had been about something else, something much darker. The figure in the trees moved closer, its shape twisting, changing. Now it looked like a coyote. No, something like a coyote. Its eyes glowed with a faint otherworldly light. It was laughing at him, its mouth opening wide to reveal rows of sharp, jagged teeth. Ethan didn't hesitate. He sprang to his feet and fired a shot into the air, the sound of the gunshot reverberating through the forest. The creature flinched, but it didn't retreat. It only paused, its eyes locking with his. "You can't escape me," it growled, its voice now unmistakably human. It was mocking him. It was toying with him. Ethan steadied his breath, reaching into his pack for another handful of ash. He threw it in a wide arc around the camp, just as the creature stepped forward. But instead of retreating, it closed the distance between them. The air crackled, a pulse of dark energy rushing past him. And then, everything stopped. The fire went out. The darkness closed in, and the whispers were gone. The world around Ethan had become a suffocating blanket of darkness. The fire had gone out with a hiss, leaving only the faintest glow from the remnants of the embers. He stood frozen, his heart hammering in his chest, feeling the weight of the silence press in on him. For a moment there was no sound, just the heavy, oppressive quiet of the forest. But then, the ground trembled. A low rumble, like the earth itself was groaning under the weight of something ancient, something malevolent. The shadows around him seemed to thicken, to pulse and sway, alive in a way that made his skin crawl. Ethan's breath quickened, his hands trembling as he fumbled for his rifle. The creature was close now, too close. He swallowed hard, willing his mind to stay sharp. This wasn't like the other times. This wasn't a chase. It was a confrontation. He could feel it. The Skinwalker was playing its final hand, and it was going to make sure that Ethan understood who was in control. The rustling in the trees started again, louder now, as if something, or someone, was moving through the underbrush. His eyes darted around the camp, trying to spot the figure, but there was nothing. Nothing but the dark shapes in the woods, shifting in ways that shouldn't have been possible. He could feel the weight of its gaze, even if he couldn't see it. And then he heard it. Footsteps, slow, deliberate, circling him. Ethan's pulse quickened. He couldn't see it, but he knew it was there. It was toying with him, drawing him out, playing with his mind. He had to end it. He couldn't afford to wait any longer. He steadied his rifle and aimed it into the darkness, focusing on the faintest rustle in the leaves. His finger brushed the trigger, but then a laugh. It was high-pitched, disturbing, a mixture of human and something not quite human. It echoed through the trees, bouncing off the trunks in every direction, making it impossible to pinpoint its source. The laugh was followed by a voice. "Don't be so hasty, Ethan," it crooned. "You'll only make things worse for yourself." Ethan's grip tightened on the rifle, his knuckles white. The voice had shifted. It wasn't his own this time. It was deep, distorted, mocking. The Skinwalker had taken on a new tone, and he could hear the hunger in it. "You think you can defeat me?" it whispered. "You think you understand us, but you don't. You're nothing more than a lost little boy, trying to play a game with powers you can't possibly comprehend." Ethan's breath hitched as a flash of movement caught his eye, a shadow darting between the trees. His body moved before his mind caught up, his rifle trained on the space where he saw it. But again, there was nothing. The sound of a twig snapping behind him sent a jolt through his spine. The rifle whipped around, but it was too late. The creature was already there, standing just outside the firelight, its form twisting and flickering between the shapes of a man, a coyote, and something in between. Its eyes glowed, yellow and predatory, but there was something else there too. Something older. Something that seemed to recognize him. Ethan froze, his heart racing. He'd never gotten this close before. This was it, the moment when everything would either end or spiral further into madness. The creature spoke again, its voice now eerily familiar. "Ethan." The sound of his own name, drawn out in that unnatural tone, made him stumble back a step. He could feel the weight of the creature's presence, its power, its hunger. It wasn't just taunting him anymore. It was claiming him, weaving its influence into his very being. The Skinwalker took a step closer and Ethan's hand shot up, his rifle aimed at its heart. But before he could pull the trigger, the figure moved again, too fast, too fluid. It was beside him in an instant, a flash of shadow that blurred the line between reality and nightmare. He swung the rifle around, firing blindly into the darkness, but the creature was already gone, slipping back into the shadows with a mocking laugh. For a moment, Ethan's heart raced as he scrambled to regain his bearings. The world felt unreal, as if it were slipping away from him, disintegrating into a dream. The air felt thick, oppressive, like he was suffocating in a nightmare that he couldn't wake from. But then the silence returned. The fire was out completely now, the last embers snuffed out in an instant. The forest was still again, the noise of the wind and the rustling of the leaves nowhere to be found. Ethan's senses tingled with a sharp, unnatural energy. Something was wrong. It was too quiet, too still. His eyes snapped open. He was no longer in the camp. The forest around him had changed. The trees were different now, their bark darker, twisted. The ground beneath him was soft, almost spongy, and the air smelled of decay. The stars above were dim, obscured by clouds that rolled across the sky like a dark veil. Ethan's pulse quickened as he stumbled to his feet. His hands reached out, grasping for the familiar weight of his rifle, but it was gone. He was empty-handed, standing in the middle of a forest that no longer felt real. The whispering started again, soft at first, then growing louder. His own name, repeated over and over, until it was a scream in his ears. He spun around, searching for the source, but all he saw was darkness. No figure, no Skinwalker, just shadows. The ground beneath him shifted, and suddenly, Ethan was falling. The forest seemed to open up beneath him, and he was plunging down into an endless abyss, the air thick with the scent of rotting wood. And then, everything stopped. Ethan's eyes snapped open, his breath shallow, heart hammering in his chest. The world around him was still, eerily so, with the same familiar sights of his camp surrounding him. His tent was intact, the seams taut against the cool morning air. The fire from the night before had burned out, leaving only the faintest trace of smoke lingering in the air. His gear was exactly where he had left it, the rifle leaning against the tree, his backpack next to him, the ashes of the fire scattered in the dirt. The forest outside seemed serene, untouched by the chaos of the night. But something was wrong. He sat up slowly, a sharp ache running through his limbs. His head throbbed with the force of his pulse, his mind still foggy from the horrors of the dream. Or was it a dream? He could feel the tremors in his hands as he reached up to touch his forehead. It was damp with sweat. The air was cool against his skin, yet the sensation of heat, of terror, still clung to him like a shroud. For a moment he simply stared around him, trying to make sense of it all. The forest was quiet, too quiet. The usual rustle of wind through the branches, the chirping of birds in the distance, the chatter of small creatures, the natural symphony of the woods was absent. In its place was an uncomfortable stillness, a heaviness that seemed to seep into his very bones. Ethan's thoughts were a tangle of confusion and disbelief. He had been so sure. He had felt the creature's presence, had heard its mocking voice, had seen its twisted form. But now there was nothing. No sign, no trace of the Skinwalker's visit. A chill ran down his spine as he reached for his rifle. His hand trembled, his fingers brushing against the cold metal. The weight of it felt wrong in his grasp, almost as if it was no longer his. Had it all been a hallucination? His breath caught in his throat as the possibility settled over him. Was it possible that he had imagined the entire encounter, that the terror had been a product of his own mind? The thought was unbearable, yet it seemed more plausible with each passing moment. He climbed out of the tent, the morning air biting against his skin. The ground beneath him was soft, dewy from the night's chill. The sun was just beginning to rise, casting a pale orange glow across the clearing, spilling through the gaps in the trees. Birds were beginning to stir in the canopy above, and a gentle breeze shifted the branches, making the leaves rustle in a soft whisper. Ethan's eyes scanned the area. Nothing. No signs of disturbance. No footprints. No blood. The forest appeared as if it had not witnessed the madness of the night before. He exhaled a shaky breath, trying to steady his nerves. It was over. He had made it through the night. It had to have been a dream. His mind, worn thin by the isolation, had played tricks on him. The Skinwalker, the voices, the twisted figure. It was all part of the fear he had carried with him into the woods. Nothing more. But still, something gnawed at him, a feeling, a presence. The sensation of being watched, even now, lingered in the air like an invisible thread connecting him to something unseen. Ethan shook his head, trying to clear it. He needed to move, to pack up and leave this place behind. There would be time for questions later. He had survived. That's what mattered. But as he bent down to collect his gear, his eyes fell on the ground, on something that had not been there before. A footprint. At first, he thought it was just a trick of the light, an impression left by the shifting ground or the weight of a passing animal. But as he knelt closer, the truth hit him with the force of a cold slap. It wasn't a natural print. The footprint was too large, too deep. It looked as though something heavy had left its mark in the earth. The edges were jagged, as though the creature's claws had dragged against the soil as it stepped. The shape was wrong. Too wide, too unnatural. Its contours too sharp for any animal he knew. Ethan's breath caught in his throat. He stared at the print, his mind racing. The shape was unmistakable. It was like the one he had seen in his dream. Or was it a memory? The creature, the Skinwalker, had left its mark here, in the real world. He stood up quickly, his body tense, his pulse thundering in his ears. There was no denying it now. This wasn't a dream. The Skinwalker had been here. It had been real. But how? How had it gotten so close to him without him noticing? Had he truly slept through it all? Or had the creature played some other twisted game with him? Ethan spun around, his rifle at the ready, scanning the trees, the underbrush, every shadow. But there was nothing. Just the same tranquil forest. The birds were back in the trees. The wind had picked up again, rustling the leaves. The world felt normal. Except it wasn't. The hairs on the back of his neck stood on end as a cold breeze swept through the clearing. His breath came in short bursts as he turned in a slow circle, looking for any sign of movement. He was alone. He had to be. But the imprint in the dirt, the unnatural, jagged shape of the footprint, told him otherwise. The ground beneath him seemed to shift, the earth beneath his boots softening as if it were alive, as if it were aware of his presence. The trees around him, once familiar and reassuring, now seemed to close in on him, their twisted branches looming overhead like dark fingers, ready to reach down and ensnare him. Ethan's mind was reeling. The Skinwalker hadn't just haunted his dreams. It had followed him into the waking world. The boundaries between the two had blurred, and he didn't know where one ended and the other began. His breath quickened, the weight of his rifle almost too heavy to bear. He glanced back at his tent, at the remnants of the campfire. Everything seemed so peaceful. Too peaceful. It was as if the horrors of the night had never happened, as if the Skinwalker had never existed. But the footprint said otherwise. The sound of footsteps behind him sent a jolt of terror through his spine. He spun around, his rifle aimed, ready to fire, but there was nothing there. The clearing was empty, save for the ever-encroaching shadows. Ethan's pulse pounded in his chest, his senses on high alert. He was alone. He had to be. But deep down, he knew. The forest wasn't empty, and the Skinwalker wasn't done with him yet.